Ladies and gentlemen, folks, what's up? Hope everyone's doing well. Um, we have a pretty uneventful show today, I gotta be honest, but we'll make it work, right? We always do. Hold up. What is up, people? What is up? So, with that being said, I put out an announcement on X. Essentially, I have challenged since many have been debating me on X from DGG, coming into my replies to argue, insisting I lost. I thought, you know what? Why not open up the floor? So yesterday, nobody showed up, despite there being some like DGG fans in chat. So I put on X. Well, I guess we'll go over that while I wait for someone to show up. Um, if you hold on, we'll just wait for people to get in here. Join the Collins VC if you're looking to debate me. The Collins VC. In my Discord server. Link is in the description. Let's go over what's been going on X. I acknowledge at this point, I have an addiction to arguing. It's literally like an addiction, I think. It's why I do what I do. I feel like this is a good outlet for it. I've always loved to argue. People who've known me in real life will tell you that. It's just, it's like legitimately fun for me. What better, what better way to channel that? I told one of my old IRLs what I do now, unironically. And he said, Cal, I don't know if he's in chat, he's spoken to him, but I said to him, I like debate people online now, and he's like, I literally couldn't think of like a more fitting thing for you to be doing. Hold on. Well, I'm not gonna fucking say his name on the stream. The non-German. Alright. Parry just posted you in the doxing server, dropping his name and address. The doxing server? Doxy chat? Alright. I guess we'll take a look. Because I'm a little bit provocative on purpose with my tweet. Someone gave me great advice once to, if you like, get as cocky as possible. If you want to like start like getting, if you want to start like getting people to call in to argue with you, or like, so you know what, I'm gonna be fucking cocky. Windy Fox, who's been banned from my server for not reeling it in recently, but credit to him for this is why you clip people, by the way. This is why you clip. Everybody should clip if you are not a clipper yet. Thank you for the 2, just your nightmare. I'm happy to hear that you're in recovery. Thank you. But this was the original clip. Let's take a look. I had not prepped. Whoa. And I was on no sleep, and I was told, everyone was accusing me of running. I was supposed to go up against like what I consider one of the best debaters in the space in like an hour. So true. When I entered that shit, I was legitimately nervous, and I thought I was going to lose. Thank you for the 5, ZM Punk. Much appreciated. Embarrassed, get humiliated, and everyone would be disappointed. So I started off the stream saying, don't expect anything good out of me here. I believe it's my obligation to show up. I didn't think I was gonna win that. I was just so shocked at how easy it was. He like it was easy to catch him. It was easy to, he had nothing. They got to the point where when I would ask him questions, as you said, he would literally just ignore them, which happened multiple times throughout the debate. Anyone can rewind it. This isn't like it's not disputable. It's all public record. So you can go and verify this. When I asked a question, or several questions to Destiny, or like made a jab, there were points where he just went dead fucking silent. It was actually like, I've never seen him do that before. There's like a moth or something in my room. Okay. No, I don't think I had some exceptional debate performance there. quite frankly, compared to what I know I can normally do, that wasn't one of my better performances. But when you like take the factors into consideration that drove me into that debate in the first place, when I had like an hour's notice, and the Destiny's skill level, etc., I think I did pretty good, all things considered. What? Can you go anywhere else in the fucking... I have a whole apartment. Why do you need to fly near me? Holy shit. Sorry, I'm getting, like, attacked by this, like, moth thing. Aiden, you should just ask Destiny to concede on the current point when he tries to pivot. I do that and it always pisses people off. I did once, but I'll try to do that more. So he makes a claim that it's like a doxing server and claims it's doxing. I dispute him on that wording, and then he tries to move on, even though that was like an original, like without giving a concession. And then throughout the debate, you'll notice this, they kept calling it dox tool, dox tool, dox tool. I made the point that it's only a dox tool so long as it's used for doxing. It's like calling a knife a murder tool when someone's just using it to like chop up vegetables, right? It's a loaded term to use, right, for an OSINT tool. And you'll notice that throughout the debate after that point, even though he doesn't give me an overt concession, he starts calling it an OSINT tool. But Wick quote tweets this saying, do they think they did well? I don't know who they is. It's just me. I think I did pretty good, all things considered. And the replies were interesting. Thank you. I don't know who I honestly don't know who this guy is, but super based. I could not stand listening to him. His Andrew Tate accent kept coming in and... My Andrew Tate accent is fucking crazy. I do not sound like Andrew Tate. Aiden was absolutely blown the fuck out in that debate. The Windy Fox person is one of the people Dan called out by name as engaging in unhinged behavior during the debate. Okay, you can't... Okay, first of all... This is just like genetic fallacy. He's tweeting out a clip of somebody else, so it doesn't matter who the fuck this guy is. He's Windy, right? But it doesn't matter. But second of all, you're acting like that was ever there was ever any demonstration of this unhinged behavior. The thing that I thought that Dan was talking about, he apparently wasn't. So I don't know. The worst thing I saw or heard of that Windy did was an edgy joke. So I don't know what, like, super unhinged behavior he's doing here. You can't, like, use that accusation as if it means anything if it hasn't been substantiated yet. Like, it's like the game plan is accuse, say you'll provide the evidence later, but use the accusation in and of itself as though it were actually factual to consistently discredit your opposition. You can't do that until you've proven the initial accusation. Kathy, do you actually think I wasn't gonna look at that clip? Yeah, I was gonna go through this whole stream without watching that. So true. But I just quoted, I said, the fact that Destiny was rattled, and normally I wouldn't start reading tweets right now. We have nothing, guys. We don't have a whole lot to do here today. So I'm trying to get this, I'm trying to make this into a longer stream, right? The fact that Destiny was rattled enough to not answer multiple questions in the debate, you can literally play it back, it's public record, true, is probably a good indication that I didn't lose. Even if you like Destiny, you'd have to be in a cult to not think I did well. So we're just going forward, what do you guys think I'm saying here? Do you think I'm saying anyone who disagrees with me is in a cult? Because that's like supposedly how some people interpret this. That's not true. I'm saying that if you're willing to accept accusations from a admitted liar, right? He even admitted to lying to Connor about his relationship with Lauren Southern during their conversation. If you're willing to take accusations given to you by an admitted liar without evidence and reassert them as fact, you were engaged in like some form of groupthink where you've been persuaded like peripherally, not by like any logical argument or evidence. And yeah, it is like cult dynamics here that are at play with how these people operate, and just like accept the word of their quote unquote dear leader, who is a proven liar. So Wick says to me, "You available next week? I'm keen to know what you think you shine. Might be interesting to compare us." Absolutely, I'll do. I 150%. I said, obviously, I love the debate, right? This guy, I liked violence. Fuck, exposed. Oh, ignored Abby's dono. Thanks for going live at a reasonable time. For your fan, we support you in your diagnosis. It must be hard being young and gay in Cali. We love you, Queen. Can you cover Green x Samantha IC drama, please? Can Green call in? If Green wants to call in, he can. Like your own tweets, people. Everyone does it, okay? Don't this whole like I'm too prideful to like my own shit. I used to never do it, and then all of a sudden, they started fucking people were screen sharing, and I noticed they all were liking their own shit. I'm like, you know what? If everyone else is doing it, why don't I? Like, surprised you could get away with it. True. Yeah, why doesn't Green call in? Anyways, I'm gonna quickly check out this clip coming in from LiquidSonic, who has left my server after, I guess, I don't even remember why he left this time. But we love Chronic, okay? We do. I personally, I like Chronic. He's a sensitive young man, okay? But I like him. I'm hoping to see some improvement. Hopefully get some thicker skin. I think he's capable of it, right? Thank you for the 5 from Clippleton. Like your own tweets, everyone does it. Dude, have you eaten today? You were really looking thin. Burger might do you some good. Wait, this isn't Chronic? Thank you for the 5, Starfish. What's up, Aiden? I woke up today with a wolf spider crawling across my face onto my phone. Hope you're doing better than me today. I'm doing okay today. I'm doing okay. No way it literally is not Chronic Sonic with no special characters. Why would I not believe that this is Chronic? I guess he tweets on Snot-Nosed Swagger. It's actually not that I don't keep up to date with who's running what impersonation account. So yeah, I did. I believe I saw a tweet and I thought that it was the person who, because I'm not like actively keeping up to date with who's impersonating who. Okay,
let's do this quickly.
Look at call-ins. Oh wait, we have callers and call-ins? First I want to take on Miller, and then we'll have Green on. Hello? Hello? Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Sold. Green, what's going on, buddy? I'm hearing some shit.
Good afternoon. How are we?
We're good. Good afternoon. How are we?
What are you on speaker? I'm currently just for
like
clarity. I'm in the shower right now.
You're in the shower.
Yeah, I thought it prudent. I call in, get ahead of the story before it blows up in my face.
Okay, so what's the story?
At this time, there is no story. I have no comment. I'm not entertaining speculation. And any reports of my behavior have been greatly exaggerated.
Okay, so what happened? What did you do?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
What is being alleged? That you would
I don't know. I don't know. They told me to call in. I could not tell you for certain what's going on, but I will tell you this. Uh, we're just friends, no more, no less.
You're just friends, no more, no, or with Samantha, right?
Yeah, I believe that's her name. Yeah.
Now, I'm not like British, so I don't particularly, I don't find it like, this person likes someone. Ha. Like, I actually think it's the unfunniest shit ever. But, I am curious. I've been hearing that you've been sitting in hours-long VCs watching Euphoria with this person.
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay. Well, that leads me to believe you might like her because I highly doubt that any man would unironically enjoy Euphoria.
I can invoke a few names for you. We got a Bayou, Nosferatu, big Euphoria enjoyers. Number two, so they say hours, right? That's true. It was hours, but a little bit of context here. VC died, everybody's muted, and I get the idea, maybe this show's not all that bad. And, I watched the first season, and I can tell you, it was terrible, but it was funny. But
Wait,
at some point, it just
wait,
clicked,
you were
and it became
naked
very good.
while you're watching
No,
this, or were you clothed?
I was clothed. That is correct.
Okay, why is Junk Drawer Gaming saying you were naked in the VC?
Reports of my behavior have been greatly exaggerated. It is a snark narrative. Do not believe what these lies these people are pushing.
Oh, okay, got it. Because everyone is saying this happened, so I maybe they're just lying.
They might believe something. Look, sometimes I do something, people assume it. Like realistically, right now, you could assume I am naked, of course, because I'm in the shower. But number
Okay,
two, if I'm sitting on the couch watching a show, that's a totally different story. I could be, undressed, modestly clothed. I'm not naked per se, but I am definitely wearing articles of clothing, and that's where my big frustration's coming from here. Everything is just exaggerated, out of
it's
control.
got it. All right. Well, we'll be covering this story as it develops. Thank you for calling in.
No problem.
All right. So let's take a look at this clip. I'm hearing there's some trouble in paradise. Failing. Do we even call him a streamer? It's like streamer like implies he does stream. He hits the go live button, but there are a lot of people, like a lot of shitters who hit the go live button. So I don't even know if it counts. But essentially, commentary lolcow, Purple Parry Gaming, is struggling hard, very hard actually. Everybody has been up recently except this guy. Gamma got the United Nations of Commentary agreed to come together and help the famished, impoverished nation of Gamma, and he got like 3 raids, and to his credit, managed to keep like 60 viewers for like the whole stream, I think, after the raids, which is still good for him because he normally gets like 15 to 20 viewers. Morale has been up. I remember when this guy was like going live to 20 viewers, morale's been up. I've been up. People have been doing well, but he has not. And do you know why he is not? Because he has nothing to put out there. He has nothing to contribute. He has no insight. All he can do is make the same 5 jokes and accusations against people that he derives from his own innate criticisms of himself. He will either say that the person he's talking about was molested, beaten, is an alcoholic, is on a stimulant because he's prescribed Ritalin. But it's like for everyone, right? He's used like one of these for like everyone. But because he has been struggling so poorly recently, he has done the thing he always tries to do, where the thing that it's like, are you guys familiar with, of course you are, with Ivan Pavlov and classical conditioning? The association between a stimuli or a reinforcement, a positive reinforcement. For example, Pavlov would ring a bell and feed dogs. So the dogs built a association between the sound of the bell and food, so the dogs would salivate when Pavlov would ring the bell. Well, Parry understood that he was like so edgy and nuclear that he would never be able to grow outside of this community. So a lot of people, myself included, have recently noticed this pivot to attempting to care about optics and have some sense of morality. But what's been reinforced in Parry is that like edgy offensive thing equals attention. So desperately attempting to get some of that attention because he's doing 30 viewers a stream, he came out with this desperate video making fun of streamer Hutch's dead sister, where he just like ripped the Chibi Reviews chair joke, and it was so forced and never caught on that everyone forgot about it. So Purple Parasite, understanding that he needs a host to survive, and that Dickers is no longer giving him what he needs, saw Queeman live, and he thought he had a funny bit that was going to get him attention again, so he sent it to Queeman, hoping Queeman would like it and give him attention for it. So let's take a look at this clip. Or sorry, actually, let's take a look at the OG clip, and then let's take a look at Queeman's take.
That you didn't do anything wrong that night. And in fact, that you helped me get out of an uncomfortable situation that night, which is also true, but I won't talk about the details. But yeah, that's what made it like super offensive to me. Like I actively.
Buck Squander got home drunk, fucking slams the bottle onto the floor. Oi, where are you, Mantis? You cheap cunt. Come here. And Bugs like walking like a zombie like this. Come here. Oi. Mantis is like fucking hiding under the fucking desk, under the fucking kitchen desk. Wait, please, I don't know what's going on. He works for the fucking Scotland Yard. I don't know what to fucking do.
Also, the only cope that this guy's defenders still have, because when you talk to the people that still like him, they admit he lies about everything. They admit he's not very bright and can't contribute any insight into drama and doesn't have any worthwhile commentary, so he copies everyone else's take. The only value they claim he provides to society is that he's funny. Like, when they attempt to justify his existence to us, they claim that he's funny. And that's it, right? That's all they have. So let's see this comedy in action.
Hey there, sugar plum. Hey there, ginger tea. Hey there. There's a reason for you to cry. Rips hoodie off, shows off 8-pack. Fucking jumps into the air, flies to Buck's mother and Ginger who are married. His house. I mean, with this sword, I cut those who destroy the purity of women. Who defile the purity of women. So this is my sword, and Buck's wonder I'm gonna slay thy beast. And that's why Bug wasn't around for a year.
I was not just a gentleman, I was like a hero. Okay, I'm gonna be...
Maybe, okay, well, it's 4 minutes, and even though it's edited, it's still 4 minutes. Let's give the guy some credit.
Yes, I fucked pussy. 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 Yes, I fucked. Yes, I fucked pussy. 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 Only if you're a pretty kitty.
I'm just, where's the funny exactly? Because if he can't be funny, or even per his own defender standards, they don't say he makes good points, they admit he's a liar, etc. So if he can't be funny, what is his value as like a person? What is his value if he isn't funny? What is his value as a human being? Because they admit he's a poor moral character, they admit he lies, they admit he doesn't contribute anything to any discussion. All he has to justify his value as a human being is comedy. And that's the comedy. And you can decide for yourself whether or not that's valuable. This was Queeman's take.
Wick going Doom guy on Bug Squad.
We already watched.
Yeah.
Do you want to debate GGG or DGG? Yes, I do. I'm opening up the floor to call-ins. Nobody is called in yet.
Yes, I fucked pussy.
This shit not funny, bro.
True? True?
This shit not hitting.
He's asking why? What do you mean why? Why? Because they disagree with me. I love to argue. It's very fun for me, and I think it makes for great content to argue with somebody on stream about something. Some of my best content has come from that. So anytime I can open up the floor to an opportunity to argue or debate, I will. It seems like DGG has a lot of people who disagree with me, so that seems like a pool of people where surely somebody would be willing to argue, right? It's not hard. Kai Colin, I'll read your I'll read everyone's done. I might not read it the second I get it, but I'll read it within like 5 minutes. Thank you, just your nightmare with the 5. It has come to my attention you relapsed. I'm disappointed. You are looking really thin. Please get a burger. I'm worried about you. I had one the other night. Your donuts have been getting to me. I just went and I got a burger the other night. I don't know your political views to debate you, bro. I want to debate on, well, what I specifically, me and Destiny actually probably are the same, politically speaking. Me and Destiny are the same, I'm a little more sympathetic to the left in general, not just liberals. And we disagree on we disagree on Israel. So actually we're not that maybe not that similar. On domestic policy, we're probably very similar. But I want to debate on him as a person, I guess. On my debate with him that DGG thinks I lost.
This is not hit. I'm sorry, man.
Check inbox.
For me. Rage burn. She just is not hit. I'm sorry, man. It's Brimmy. It's total brimstone.
Debate Aiden. True, he won't debate me. This is true. And chat also didn't like the bit. It's a bit too long. Like most of this is one of the people, by the way. He's the last on the Parry is funny train. We love Freddy, but he's just so wrong on this. Peak parry is so top tier, but average day-to-day parry is somewhat. When is the last good bit? I'm like curious. Holy coal, this sucks. I feel like I'm babysitting my autistic cousin, and he's showing me what he made on iMovie. This is your guy, by the way. Parry fell off so bad. This is like a kid making war noises with his chicken nuggets. True, it's like it's watching this guy like Jester Max begging for somebody to give him attention. Because ultimately, the parasite is dying without a host, and it is hilarious to watch. I, for one, am enjoying every minute of it. After Queeman said this Queeman guy sucks. Just can't admit that his, like, bit was, like, super fucking unfun. Just look at the dating panel, by the way. If that was a whole panel, he had the opportunity to do multiple bits, could work off other people. He didn't make a single funny joke that entire panel and then blamed everybody else for his dog shit performance because he's a talentless fat fuck. This Queeman guy sucks. Although in hindsight, if I wanted him to watch my clip and like it, I shouldn't have snubbed his marathon invite. Yeah, Parry like tries to play the games that Queeman's playing, hoping he'll get something. It's lit. All of his relationships are parasitic. It's so pathetic to watch, and I'm greatly enjoying it. I got sent this. By the way, I don't ever block people on Twitter. Once again, I only have this account blocked because when I don't have it blocked, it was replying to every single one of my tweets, and it's automated. I don't want to sit there and argue with fucking AI every time it replies to me. Also, it's like doxing people, so. Timu Beckett, aka Dickers, explains Aiden's failure to unify commentary against Destiny.
Absolutely certain that somebody's going to screen cap it and put it on Twitter. Not now, okay? Not now. We're supposed to be no more brother wars, and people are still continuing with the snark. It's ridiculous. And then, of course, you've got Aiden on stream being like,
guys, we need to come together. Guys, we need to come together. Destiny is the most pressing force the commentary community have ever known.
and then spends like the first 2 hours of his stream bitching out Parry. And
because when we say no more brother wars, we mean amongst actual commentators, people that provide insight on a given thing and are my peers on equal footing, right? Those would be the quote-unquote brothers in this context, right? He gets 30 viewers a stream. He doesn't contribute anything. It's just forced bits and fucking like shitty attempts at being an edgelord that just like make us look like psychos to the average normie. In what world is this my brother?
several derails bitching out Parry.
It wasn't a derail. It was the whole. I did a segment. Right?
Come on, man. Which one is it, dude? Which one is it? I'll sweep for Aiden.
Weren't you one of the people with Discords trying to dox people? No.
You can sweep for Aiden. Listen, you can sweep for Aiden. It is very, very frustrating to hear those guys like go at each other constantly in V.
This is like, oh my, this is so Fence City. It's so, like, I'm sorry. It's not like, I show up to every hard conversation. When people want to debate me, I fucking do it, okay? I expect it from others. I show up and engage in it myself. It is my obligation, okay? Anyone I criticize, short of people that are just calling in here to do an unfunny bit that have nothing like known trolls, people who've called into my stream just to say slurs or read out someone's docs, etc. Beyond that, anyone who actually wants to have a conversation, argue something with me, I have it, even when it's fucking difficult. I show up to conversations where I know I can't even defend the given thing I'm about to be confronted on, and I just have to sit there and take it, right? I do that because I'm not a pussy. I'm not a coward. This guy came at me, tried to leak everything he had on me, went through my computer, went through my bathroom, allegedly went through my backpack, started leaking shit, tried to leak everything about me, multiple VODs, then completely like got my fucking Repsion coverage wrong, butchered it. I wanted to debate him on it, and he's been running for a month like a scared fucking bitch. We expect people in this space to show up when they criticize others. We expect people to engage in live critical conversations. We expect people to not be hypocrites. And he is all of these things. So in what world is this my equal? In what world is this my peer? If you're sitting on the fence about this fat fucking retard, fuck you. Like, just fuck you and everyone you ride with, dude.
BC. It's just so fucking annoying. Well, they didn't even go for each other. That's the thing, I guess. But it's Aiden constantly whinging and moaning that he's not going to be able to get a debate with Parry. And
No, it's not that. No, it's not. I'm not going to believe. It's that this guy is running from a debate. This is like sweeping.
And then Parry constantly getting asked about Aiden. And then being able to talk about...
Oh, poor Parry, getting asked to abide by the standards that he holds others to. Poor Parry. The big sweep is on. The big sweep is on.
About nothing else. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Parry is the second most pressing issue. Actual loser. Okay. Parry is no brother of ours. Yeah, but you're wasting time, aren't you?
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? I love you, whoever said that.
No brother of ours. Yeah, but you're...
Who said it? Who said it? I can't even see who said it. Whoever said that, thank you.
You're wasting time, aren't you? You're wasting time, at the very least, no?
Why is nobody why is nobody clipping me talking about Destiny?
Oh, you can't criticize people in our community. You're wasting. Also, people are clipping me talking about Destiny. Destiny was even himself pulling up clips of mine and referencing other clips that he saw. Clips of mine were... there's a clip of mine on the fucking DGG subreddit that has like 1,000 upvotes. People are clipping me talking about Destiny. Wendy just did it. Wick replied. Now we have a debate. So that's not even true.
Hey, why is nobody clipping me talking about Destiny?
Maybe if you focus on the topic of...
I did. I spoke. Did I not? have I not spoken about this for fucking hours? Has this not been like the only thing I've been covering for a few days, like, with the exception of Parry? Like the only thing I've been covering?
Destiny. Get the viewers engaged with the topic of Destiny. Maybe if you don't derail constantly to bitch it about Parry.
Please stop coming at him and trying to make him abide by his own standards. Please, just like stop fighting him. Just like talk about something else. It's like this is like, you know, the reason I liked Queeman so much, and unfortunately, you know, Queeman is principled. Okay, and he's so principled that it doesn't that it sometimes negatively affects me, right? Obviously, because he doesn't believe in sweeping for your peers or whatever, right? So he's come at me, right? But that's principle. That's good, okay? But the reason I liked him is because of his criticisms of the old community, where people would sweep their friends' shit under because they were all friends and associates. If Parry were anyone else, we would be snarking him to death, okay? What behaviors has Parry exhibit, or in what world is Parry not just as bad as Dioria? Except for the outcome, right? Obviously, Dioria is way more, obviously, Dioria is someone who's influential, therefore it's worth talking about him. But in terms of, like, character exhibited, cowardice, etc., in many aspects, he's actually a little bit worse. Dioria is worse in outcome by far, because Dioria has such reach. But, like, if this were anyone else, everyone would be calling it out if they were in our space.
Right? Maybe you'll get the viewers to actually, clip you talking about Destiny. Maybe they'll have that motivation.
They have been, and it's been much appreciated. They have been clipping me talking about Destiny. Like, a lot.
My God. Fuck me, man. What are you gonna do, though, huh? What are you gonna do? Are you cosplaying as Aiden with that shirt? I don't even know what that means.
The big sweep is on. It's so crazy, too, because Parry treated Dickers like shit. Why did Parry and Dickers become friends again? Why did they become friends again? Well, Dickers started doing well. Dickers started doing much better. Look at the way Parry spoke about Dickers before me and him had equal viewership versus when Dickers was like on equal footing with Parry. Look at how Parry spoke about Dickers. Parry knowingly kept someone around in his community that, per his own admission, he believed this person had, like, spread, I don't know if it's real or not, but it spread docs pertaining to Dickers. This is public, by the way. This has been public knowledge. What does Parry have over this guy? He's not done, though. He's not done reputationally. Because my peers seem unwilling to accept reality. Yo, we have okay, hold on. Yo, what's good?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How's it going?
Hold on just a second. I'm sorry. Give me just a second.
He left. Never mind. He unironically just left. Awesome shit, dude. You lost. I lost? Why did you? I didn't kick him. He literally just left. He just left. No, I didn't fucking. Why would I kick him? Okay, this is ridiculous, man. This is fucking ridiculous. I didn't kick him. So, Gilded, not my child, not my problem poo, says, there are few things more cringe than being so obsessed with a single content creator that your group comes up with gay tribalist phrases like no brother war, just so you all can hyper-focus on one guy. From an outside perspective, everybody on all sides are insane. Both sides bad, guys. I'm a stupid fat pussy that has nothing to fucking contribute, so both sides are insane, because one side said something cringe, and the other side wants to dox and kill everybody, so both sides bad. Wow, dude. Riveting fucking insight. Anyways, well, that's a joke. Yeah, well, no, it's not entirely a joke, right? It's just a hyperbolic, like, tongue-in-cheek term, right? The term essentially means amongst ourselves, we can put our temporary differences aside to talk about the greater threat to us that is actively happening, right? Both sides are bad, guys. Okay, where is this guy calling back in? Did his shit die? I don't know what's going on. Where are your teeth and top lip? On my teeth are in my mouth. My top lip is on my face. Are you like, if you're blind, I don't have the option to where like is there an option on YouTube where it could like I can commentate on what's visually happening for people with vision problems? I'm gonna lose my bet. I made a bet that nobody was gonna call in from DGG. And this guy, are we counting that? He called in and said hello and left. Are we counting that? Why are you bullying blind people? Didn't you kick him? No, I didn't kick him. He's still in the server. He can rejoin at any time. He can literally rejoin right now. He said he needed a minute, then called back. Okay, well, we'll wait on him. We'll wait on him. Oh, he's back. Yo, what's up?
Not much. Sorry, I had to fix my setup. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. So I vaguely have seen, I've seen some of your posts, in response to me. It seems like you disagree with me.
That's correct.
On what?
So, all right. Okay. You made a statement in your call to action video. You said something like, Destiny is a sex criminal who is covering for his sex crimes. Is that like an exaggeration or a joke, or do you really believe that?
No, I don't believe that Destiny's actually been convicted of a crime. Sometimes when we use the term crime, we don't always literally mean like this person has like legally been convicted or charged over it. Destiny's actions, because of his jurisdiction, were not considered a crime, but in other places they would be, or what he did would be, right? Okay. So the colloquial usage, I think, was appropriate.
Yeah, no. I think that's fine. I just, if I can get right to it, I think your standard for evidence is a bit lopsided. So you're saying he's like a criminal, right? Like not exactly a criminal, but like you said, if he had done this in another jurisdiction.
Has Destiny admitted to sharing sexually intimate videos of Pixie without her consent?
I don't know if it was without her consent. I think there's an argument there. But I also think that, like, when you say,
when
like,
did she,
sex
well, hold
criminal,
on,
there's a bigger
where did she consent?
There's no explicit stuff. There is no explicit stuff.
Okay, so just so we're clear, so that's a yeah? He shared it without her consent.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure, he did.
Cool.
He did.
Got
and
it.
you're saying
That'd be a
on the
crime
colloquial
in many,
level.
Yeah, that'd be a crime in many places, including
Of course,
in the
of
United
course.
States.
So, well, the next piece of this, I mean, it could be a crime. I'd really have to look at some of the laws. But the next piece of this is that he was covering up, right? So you said specifically like he is a sex criminal who is trying to cover up for his crimes. I mean, you're saying like this is like a colloquial type of thing, but again, I think your standard for evidence is a bit lopsided in that respect, because it's like, how are you going to show that? How are you going to prove that? How are you going to, provide some sort of evidence to reach that conclusion?
Well, I could actually just give you an argument. I could give you an argument. So the people that documented his crimes to the fullest extent are his vocal critics, people like Queeman.
Okay.
Destiny has justified these critics as targets of and fair game. Now, can we agree that fair game means doxing?
Potentially, yeah. I think he's even said it explicitly, right?
Yeah.
He has said that he wants to dox. He has said that he wants to dox JStalk and he wants to dox all these people, and he has done it.
Okay.
Right.
So the people online that speak about and discuss his crimes and wrongdoing, or his colloquial crimes, we'll call them wrongdoings to be specific, right? The people online that discuss his wrongdoings, justifying them as fair game and targets of consequences like doxing, which Destiny admits gives actors the ability to commit malicious acts against the person whose dox is posted, that will make critical people, many of them, be unwilling to continue the criticism because it is a consequence that puts them in danger.
No. But potentially, but you're not really looking at the other side of this, which is his stated thinking on this, right? And the other point is that, like, you're not proving intent. You're not even showing evidence of intent at this point. All you're really saying is
because
there are a bunch of people that are going against him on some level, and they might be doing something that is beyond just criticism and that is beyond just talking about him.
Sure. So,
and in his mind, that it would be justification for retaliation, which wouldn't be silencing, right? It wouldn't actually be, in this case, like you're making a leap here. And you're asking me to come along on that leap.
Okay, can I just give you a hypothetical? Can I give you a hypothetical? Let's say we got like a chemical company. This chemical company is dumping chemicals illegally in a lake, okay? A journalist knows about this and has written an expose on this company that has yet to be published. The company...
Sure, and you're saying I get the point. You're gonna say that the company's retaliating.
Hold on. The company leaves like a dead animal on the journalist's doorstep with a note saying, "We know where you live." Do you think that the company has made an attempt to silence criticism?
Potentially.
Okay. In what case would that not be in what case would that not be an attempt at silencing criticism?
So this is not a perfect analogy, but like let's say that the journalist did something messed up to one of the CEOs, and it was actually the case that one of the CEOs was wronged in some way. What my thing would be, right? You're able to make this leap about this stuff, and you're asking me to come along on this trail of evidence. But if I were to talk about a different situation,
okay, so
your evidentiary standard
can you answer my question?
Would be much harder.
Can you just like fucking answer my question before we move on?
Sure.
In what instance? You just claimed that potentially in my hypothetical, meaning that a scenario could exist where the actions I've described in my hypothetical would not be an attempt at silencing criticism. What would that case be?
Correct. That case would be if, for instance, the journalist had made a personal wrong against a CEO or an officer at that company.
Okay, what if the personal wrong was the criticism?
But you're asking me to assume that, and we don't.
This is a hypothetical. This is a hypothetical.
But the problem is, Aiden, is that your hypothetical is meant to match onto his particular actions. I'm just trying to. And you're asking me to assume intent.
Well, no, I'm not claiming that Destiny is illegally dumping chemicals, right? I'm doing this to establish where
But
you would
but
think,
you're
where you would
establishing
feel,
a
where you would feel like the
evidentiary
descriptive,
standard.
yeah, where you would feel like the descriptive claim of silence and criticism would be appropriate, right?
If
So
you can, okay. Obviously at that level, I would make an assumption of that. I'm saying by your evidentiary standard, you wouldn't be able to make that assumption.
okay,
Because
do you believe
like, you're leading me along on all these things. We can go to a different example at some point. You're leading me along all this stuff, but you haven't proved intent. All you've done is showed all of the circumstantial evidence around that stuff. So, and this is something I wanted to get to. Like, when you say that there's no evidence of something, I am not actually sure what you mean. So when you say like there's no evidence of a particular thing, there is evidence of a lot of things that you claim that there isn't evidence for. And then but there isn't proof, right?
Yeah, so
there is a difference between the two standards.
Yes, but so evidence would contribute to the claim being made, right? But but the evidence that Destiny provided did not show any form of doxing or indicate that there was, like, if the conversation continued that was shown.
It didn't show any form of doxing? Didn't doxing happen on the server?
Not from the, okay, so the claim at the time was that Destiny, his argument, he did not provide evidence to substantiate it.
Well,
right?
let me give you an analogy.
That came out,
Okay.
that was a revelation that happened after the argument. So at the time, that would have been correct.
Okay, so let me give you an analogy here. Okay, so, all right, let me read this. So you go to a house and you see a bunch of equipment for cooking crack. Okay, it's all over the place. The place reeks of crack. In fact, there is, a bunch of money on a table, and there is witness testimony to the effect that this is probably a crack house. They see people going in and out all the time. All of those individual factors is evidence.
Yep.
It's not proof, it's evidence.
Yep.
So, for instance, if Nicandros posts an OSINT doxing tool that requires a particular level of knowledge that is beyond most individual people, like way beyond like 99% of people, and he posts the name of that in a chat, that to me is the equivalent of seeing equipment for cooking crack in a crack house.
Do you
agree? It's evidence.
Do you believe that there are usages of OSINT tools that are not okay? Do you believe that there are usages of OSINT tools that don't involve doxing?
In the same way that you could use a server for CSAM, yes. And you could use a server that hosts CSAM for non-CSAM related purposes. Yes.
How would you, what?
Yes.
What valid
analogy works?
No, it doesn't. What valid purpose would there be?
It does.
Okay, what would be the purpose of using a server for CSAM?
To get people to stop hosting it, to go after people that are users on the website.
Well, then you wouldn't be using it, you'd be reporting it.
Well, you would be using it because you'd be visiting the website and you would most likely have.
If you know that there's CSAM on the website, you'd make why would you go there? You'd report it to authorities.
Well, you should ask Doobie that. Why he's always going around and
I
doing
don't
this
know
stuff.
Doobie.
But I agree. I agree. So this is my thing though, is that
okay, so just so we're clear,
they thought that
that was a stupid example. Just so we're clear, right?
No, it wasn't. No. Because it requires a level of knowledge. It requires a level of knowledge that's beyond the average person. Posting the name of it in and of itself is extremely reckless, right? If you post the name of something like that and you say,
I could actually agree to that.
So you agree it's reckless. You agree it was reckless.
I'll even give you that. Yep, I wouldn't have done that.
Okay.
Yep.
So his credibility is kind of shot at this point.
No, I don't
right?
think. I don't think making like a reckless.
Why would his credibility not be shot?
Why
would his credibility not be shot for posting something so reckless on a website?
Okay, because I don't think that posting a link to a website in a server of 100 people that can be used for purposes like doxing is so reckless that somebody's credibility would be shot. It's like me talking about Google, or if I reference white pages on stream.
There is no good purpose for using that. I totally disagree. And that's why I mentioned the CSAM thing, because I don't think that there's any good reason to be using an OSINT doxing tool where it's paid and they get fucking passwords that have been broken into. No, I don't agree with that. I don't think there's any good reason for doing that. Unless you're going to use it for vigilante purposes. Unless you're going to use it for vigilante purposes, in which case my argument from before makes perfect fucking sense.
So vigilantism would imply some sort of crimes being committed, right?
Sure. So in the case of the CSAM server, it would be finding, I guess, where this stuff has been linked from and going after the person.
If you know that it's there, you would just report it to authorities, right?
Sure. So why didn't they go to Pinky Choo's lawyers?
That website couldn't be.
Why didn't they go to Pinky Choo's lawyers if they're going to use this stuff for good? They didn't even verify it with Pinky Choo's lawyers, didn't they? They said that they were going to go to Pinky Choo's lawyers.
Verify it with Pinky Choo's. What do you think they were doing exactly? Out of curiosity.
I actually have no idea because the story has changed three fucking times.
Why would they go to Pinky Choo's lawyers in this case?
Well, sure. So they thought that Tectone was this is according to them. I think it's a bullshit story, but according to them, the reason would be we're going to go to Pinky Choo's lawyers because we think Tectone is violating a lawful lawyer. Yes, I do.
Okay, so you think the motive they gave was not their actual motive for using it? What do you think their actual motive was?
I think their motive was, this is an annoying account that defends Tectone. We hate him and we want to fuck with him.
Okay, so they ran the tool. Why didn't they post the information they obtained?
They didn't run the tool. Wait.
But they had their buddy run the tool. They had their buddy run the tool.
No, they didn't. Ask Queequeg. Ask Queeman. The news story is that they actually didn't run the OSINT tool. They ran the first tool. All they did was run the first tool.
Which tool are we talking about? Lolcow Archive? Or not Lolcow Archive, Lol Archive.
They posted a first one. They posted a first one. I don't know if I even want to say the name, but it's like
this is not.
Should I say it's Sherlock? It's Sherlock. So according to Queeman, the only thing they did was run that tool.
What do you think? What exactly do you think that Sherlock does?
It compares usernames. Yes, I agree with you.
I don't even think Sherlock doesn't even use fucking data breach. It doesn't even go through data breaches. I don't think.
But I'm not alleged. Wait. That's their stated story that I disagree with. Why are you asking me to say that when I don't buy that story? I think it's bullshit.
Okay, so what's your alternate explanation?
My alternate explanation is they had the OSINT tool run and they found this person's information and they decided to fuck with them. Okay, I think it's pretty clear.
Okay, wait. So if they wanted to fuck with this person, why didn't they post the information?
Because why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just go to this person and get them fired or something?
How did they fuck with them with the information obtained? If the goal of running it was to fuck with them, you just admitted that they obtained.
I actually don't know. I just know that. Okay, I just know that was the goal. Okay, so I just know that was the goal. You're claiming
that you don't believe their story, but your alternate explanation is they were running this tool for the sake of fucking with this person. I'm asking how they fucked with them.
Again, and this is part of what I'm saying. Like, the evidentiary standard that you have for this is very high.
Well, no, I'm just asking how you reached that conclusion. You're the one that made the claim. I'm just asking how you reached that conclusion. I don't even need you to give me like a new screenshot or something. I'm just asking you, how did they fuck with them? Because maybe you've seen something that I haven't. So how did they fuck with this person?
I haven't seen anything. Okay. I haven't seen anything. I just know that that was the goal. Okay, so did you just
like pull that out of your ass? Like, how'd you get that?
What do you mean to pull it out of my ass?
What reason?
What do you mean pull it out of my ass? When you're the one alleging all of these sex crimes for things, and then you're saying it's a sex criminal.
So
wait.
You didn't even dispute my colloquial usage.
Covering for his sex crimes, and you can't even prove intent. You can't even prove intent on this.
Okay, have you ever accused somebody of lying?
Yes.
Okay, you understand the lie. You have to know that the information you're saying is false when you're spouting it and claiming it's true, right?
Aiden, I don't know where you're going with this. Please reach a conclusion.
Do you believe that a lie requires intent?
Yes, but I think you can summarize based upon somebody's action. How do you prove that somebody lied? Now we have to prove it? Again, the evidentiary standard is so high.
Do you not realize that I've just...
So this is the problem that I have with you, Aiden.
Okay, hey, dumb fuck. I just tried to insert... Your raped E-Daddy, I just asserted his intent. okay? I claim that his intent was to cover up his crimes. That's why he's justifying all of his vocal critics as targets of fair game. Yes,
You don't have
yes,
proof.
yes.
You have
So you
evidence.
can't accept that because I supposedly don't have proof. So I'm asking you, how do you claim that people are lying if you can't fucking read their mind? Because that's apparently your standard with Destiny.
You said prove it. You said fucking prove it. Again, you're mixing up fucking terms, and I'm not being pedantic. I'm saying if you have a collection of evidence,
sorry, my bad. Provide evidence.
In a particular server. Yeah, they've changed their fucking story 3 times. That is evidence. They posted an OSINT doxing tool. That is evidence. They said run the tool. That is evidence.
The only story.
If you had inserted
the only story
without removing the usernames. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only story that has changed, admittedly so, and I don't know why the fuck he did this, actually I do know why he did this. I could probably make an assumption, right? Was that it was done as a joke, right? That from one person, Nick Andros.
No, it actually hasn't. And you should ask Queeman about this. The original story, so we could start with this. If you go back to the call, the original story was that it was a League of Legends lookup name, and that was asserted by Shamu and Queeman.
Yes, because if you no, that's not a change of story. That was a mistake. That because when you post the link to that.
What is the difference? That's a distinction.
What is the difference between? Okay, no, wait. Okay, okay. So if a third party, so if a third party, you're sparking. If a third party is describing a tool that they've never used before, they're not directly involved, and they make a mistake, and then upon being proven to be wrong, they immediately change and correct that. You just call that a mistake.
What do you mean immediately change? He changed it again, though. And you can ask him about this.
Did Queeman ever go back and claim that it's just a League of Legends archiver again? You said he went back.
I didn't say he did.
You just said he went back. So what would back imply?
Aiden, I want to walk you through this.
Yeah, walk me through it, please.
Okay. Don't interrupt me. I'll walk you through this. The first claim that these people made was that it was a League of Legends archive. That was the first claim asserted by Shamu and by.
Did Shamu assert that? Where did Shamu assert that? That's not true.
Yes, he did. He said it was a League of Legends archive. It was in the fucking VOD. Yes, and Shamu said it too.
Where?
Shamu said it too. He went along with the story. So you can say Queeman was doing it and Shamu didn't know, but Shamu said it. He said it was a League of Legends thing. You can watch the fucking VOD. So
I never heard that.
That's the first change. Okay, you can watch the VOD.
I literally never heard that.
Okay, but that's fine. That's fine. But let's walk you through this.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, you're interrupting me again.
I just said sure.
I need to make these points.
So you can talk, dumb fuck. I just said sure.
Okay. The second change was that the archiver was used, but that it was only used in order to find usernames, right? And they were going to send the usernames over to Pinky Chew's lawyers. Okay.
Not the claim.
There is a first. What was that?
That was not the claim. The claim was that if the account belonged to Tectone and would thus be a violation of the protective order, they would send the information to Pinky Chew's lawyers.
I agree to all of that. Every single part of it, I totally agree with you. You're right. You're right. I didn't include that part. That's my mistake. I hope you'll forgive me for my mistakes.
No worries.
So the third time, and if you look at Nicandros' public statements, his only public statements, by the way, he never came on stream. He never defended himself. He's never made anything else other than a few tweets. The only other thing that happened was there were two doxing tools posted in the fucking logs. The first one was one called Sherlock. So
it's not a dox tool.
The last claim is that no one, not even a third party, used the OSINT tool. Okay? Only the Sherlock tool was used, and it was used only by Nicandros. That is the last claim, and it is changed. Do you dispute anything I'm saying?
Well, I don't. Do I dispute it? I could believe you if I saw it. I've never heard that.
Okay. You can ask Queeman about it. I talked to him on stream myself about it. I privated all of his fucking VODs, so I don't have I don't have it.
His VODs are back up. His VODs are back up.
Okay. I'll have to go back and look
he
for
only
it.
he only
said
privated
it.
them on YouTube to avoid flagging. They were still up on other sites like Kick. So
And I understand that. I'm not making an assertion about any of this shit. All I'm saying is that I couldn't find the evidence at one point.
before we move on, do you want to do me a favor
stream.
real quick? Can you check your DMs?
Go ahead.
On Discord. And I want you to read the
okay.
description in those DMs. I sent you a link. I want you don't have to, if you don't want to say the name, you don't have to, but can you read the like little subtext?
Yes. It is you're saying this is a League of Legends username.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
logs.
That's a hype, that's a link, and that's what displays when you send the link. So what does that say?
Yes, I do see it.
Yeah, what does that say?
I do see the username history and change log.
The only description.
The description would be that this is the OSINT tool that we discussed.
No. The description provided when you send the link in the subtext.
Retrieve any League of Legends players' usernames history and check out the latest entries in the changelog.
Okay,
among
so
other
in that,
tools,
okay,
smiley
sure.
face.
Sure. So when
even in your fucking description here, it sounds like
so
bullshit.
is it not so is it not possible, as this debate was actively ongoing, when Queeman gets the link and sends it to Chud for him to use on his stream, Queeman sees that description, reads the beginning of it where all it says is that it is a
Aiden.
League of Legends player's username, runs with that, and then upon being proven wrong, immediately corrects himself.
You're not even acknowledging
No,
my broader
I'll happily
point,
acknowledge it. Can
which
you
is
just agree to that?
But the last, and you can ask if you want to bring Queeman in here. He'll verify exactly what I'm saying. Hopefully, because, and this is the thing too. The only people that have actually changed their story post incident are Shamu and Queeman. Nicandros has not changed his story once post incident.
Okay, so when you say changed
and
his story,
if you read the logs, if you read when he says it was a joke, it makes absolutely perfect sense.
When you
because
say,
what he's saying is he only ran the Sherlock tool.
Okay, when you say changed his story, we can, for the way you're describing it with Nick Andros, I actually can agree that would be appropriate. If we're to accept everything you're saying is true, at face value, which I haven't seen evidence for, right? Let's just say it's true.
This is what Queeman has told me.
Hold on.
That's my
Hold
evidence.
on. I would agree with the framing that the story changed. For Queeman in particular, I think saying it is a change of story implies that somebody is iterating a set of facts to you that they witnessed, right? And those facts then change. It wouldn't be somebody is looking at publicly accessible information and mistakenly interprets it. That would just be called a mistake.
I think my interpretation of the entire, I mean, I have an assumption about the entire thing, which is that Queeman was covering for his friend and his friend was giving him bullshit. And he hastily put something together. So that would be my interpretation.
When does Queeman ever cover for his friends?
When does he cover for, like, J-Star constantly? Fucking Chud Logic called him out for it recently. He's like, Queeman's going to sweep for this guy hard.
Because Chud, unfortunately, has fallen for the threats, for the implied threats in that conversation, and is fucking terrified of you guys.
The reason that Chud changed his story was that Shamu has misrepresented himself to something. And if you want to, you can dispute it and say Chud's not a reliable witness. But again, witness testimony is also evidence.
Okay, so do you agree that Destiny changed his story about Lauren Southern, about the time period he was dating her?
Yes.
Okay, do you agree he lied?
I would have to look at it. I know he's changed his story a couple of times. I think or he either did that or he totally misrepresented that he was dating her at one point. So if you're talking about his recent conversation with Connor, I would say he misrepresented it 100%.
I'm pretty sure he literally admits to lying. No, I don't have the exact.
No, he says, "I'm sorry, I misrepresented."
Can somebody put the message log in inbox? I don't have it on me right now.
You could put it up. He says his exact words were, "I'm sorry, I misrepresented it." That doesn't imply again.
Sure,
you want to look at selectively
out of curiosity, if somebody knows that what they're saying,
getting so far removed from this.
No,
we're getting so far removed from this.
If somebody knows that what they're saying is false and they decide to represent it in an entirely other manner, iterate it as if it were factual.
Where does he say that he knows?
Where do you think?
Where does he say that he knows?
You don't think he knew when he was dating Lauren Southern?
I think he might have misspoke, would be my assumption. And that's a possibility. I would give it 50-50 on whether he lied
think it was
or
a
whether he
misspeak?
misrepresented it. Yeah. In the same way that, Queeman misspoke three times.
You
apparently.
describe that as like a change of story, and Destiny describes it as a lie.
I would say that Destiny changed his story on Lauren Southern. I don't necessarily think that implies lying.
Do you agree that Queeman lied about the LOL archiver?
I think he either lied or he's so fucking retarded he should be locked away in a mental asylum for the rest of his life and have caretakers to wipe his ass.
Okay, so if somebody, so per that logic, you'd say the same when Destiny said that the server was around for 2 years. He had a mole in the server for 2 years. Server's only been around for 1. I think like a year or less.
No, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't because this would be the reason. This would be very, very, very simple. Okay, the one, he could be lying. That's very possible that he could be lying about that. That's a possibility. I don't discount it. I haven't seen evidence for it. 2, when he says that the server had been around for 2 years, I wouldn't necessarily expect somebody to like check the fucking date on this server. He might have just been misconstruing it with a different server, in which case it would make perfect sense. Now, when you say, I know the next statement's going to be, which is what you said. Very easy to look at. Look at the League of Legends.
Hold on, I just got sent. I'm sorry, I just got fucking totally. I just got sent something insane. Give me just like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry. Fuck. That's my bad. Honestly. Sorry. Back to what you're saying.
You okay, bud?
Yeah. What were you saying?
All right. So I can kind of tell where this is going to go to. You're going to say it's actually totally legit for Queeman to make that mistake. Because you can look at the website and you can plainly see the language of, I guess, the description. And if you open up the website, it does that. My question would be, if that's the case, right? If it is the case that it's so easy to do that, why would you even chime in? He didn't have to chime in at all. He didn't have to bring himself in. Destiny's in a public debate. So he doesn't necessarily, he's coming off the cuff or whatever, and maybe he lied, maybe he made a misstatement, but in that instance, he's the one being challenged. Queeman's not being challenged in this. I don't even think his name was brought up with the logs. All it said was Shamu and Nicandros. And he's jumping into this
I'm sorry,
without any type of research? Why should I trust his word on anything else?
Okay, so do you not think... Well, you should trust his word based on... You should analyze his arguments. Typically, when somebody makes a mistake... Many people make mistakes. I've made mistakes here, right? When somebody makes a mistake in their description of something, etc., right? That doesn't indicate necessarily that they're going to be mostly wrong. Everybody makes mistakes. I would be surprised if somebody could go.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, Aiden. I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah,
so here's my issue is that his fundamental argument, it's not just that the basic, some of the facts around this change. It's that his fundamental argument changes. And it changes not once, not twice, but 3 different times.
Sure. I don't remember ever hearing his argument about this change.
What do you mean?
I literally haven't heard.
It was just a League of Legends tool, his way different.
His mistake in description he conceded on. That was the mistake. Yeah.
But his fundamental argument is about what the tool is. Next, he concedes, it was a doxing tool. It was an OSINT tool, but they just looked up usernames. That's a fundamentally different argument. No?
That's a different argument because he realized that his first description was mistaken. Sure.
Okay, but do you understand that you just told me that, like, as long as, like, the basic, like, you can be wrong about something, but as long as, like, the fundamental argument isn't shifting, it's not a problem.
Yeah, so...
Can we just have this discussion?
Yes.
Is that what you're getting
so
at?
In Queeman's mistaken description, what did he believe the tool was?
He believed it was a League of Legends username lookup.
Yes, so if he's claiming they just searched for usernames, that fact, despite that fact changing, that doesn't indicate the argument itself changed, because in both cases,
it does
you'd be using it to find usernames.
What was argument 1 versus... It does sort of change. Because the problem is that the tool itself like you have to shift your defense at a certain point, because the League of Legends lookup, if it's just a League of Legends lookup, that can only be used for usernames, right?
Yeah, but you're saying that his second argument was that they only looked for usernames.
The second argument is the second argument is a deeper defense, because you're gonna have to say the tool can be used for other purposes, but it was only used for this particular thing. By the way, we only have Nicandros' word on this to go by, right?
Well, sure, but we have... Sure, I guess. But if somebody's alleging wrongdoing, it would be their burden to prove the wrongdoing.
Okay, so just to be clear, right? Like, you gotta got BTFO and blow the fuck out there. He did shift his fundamental argument.
No,
because it's a broader
what are
defense
you
that he has to
talking
make.
about? That's not.
I just told you.
Okay, the claim was about.
He had to make a broader argument.
The claim was
he
about.
had to make a broader argument.
Okay, the claim was about the overarching argument, not just the change in fact. Right? If the overarching argument
is about the overarching argument.
Okay, so if the second argument was they just searched for usernames, what about his first mistaken description is fundamentally mutually exclusive with they just searched for usernames?
Because the second tool can be used for a lot more. And there has to be, listen, all we have to go on for the second claim is his word.
So
all we have to go on for the second claim is his word.
So the claim,
it's a change. It's a big change. It's a broader change in the second point.
We're talking about the argument. They just looked for usernames. That would be one of the premises, right? That'd be one of the premises.
There'd be one argument, because the other his first premise was the tool can't be used for anything else.
And we agree that upon the revelation that the tool could be used for other things, we agree that premise was revised. The conclusion remained the same.
So hold on. You're saying that the argument did change.
Okay, so the premise changed. Sure. Yeah, that one premise, that one fact.
Okay, so we agree on that. You did get blown the fuck out.
That's not
we can
blown
agree on
the
that
fuck
at this
out.
point.
When we're saying argument, obviously we're talking about the conclusion he's arguing for. I understand that since we're being very pedantic about wording, right? Sure, a change in premise is a change in argument. Sure. When we say argument, though, we're actually just talking about the conclusion he's trying to recite.
I can actually believe that Queeman is so stupid he would jump into this argument without doing any research. Because he does it all the time.
Well, it was an in the moment.
It's interesting that his standard.
Do you not agree this was a spontaneous call?
His standard is different for other people.
Okay, when before?
What was that?
Okay, when before? When was this out? Or actually, that's not true. They tweeted out. There was the Spider account that tweeted out, if I remember correctly, that Shamu and Nicandros were doing that,
redacted.
Right?
Yeah, it was a redacted portion of it.
Yeah, redacted.
And then they posted the logs. If you go to Chud Logic's tweet. He has the full unredacted, or his Twitter. He has the full unredacted logs. I could probably DM you them as well.
Sure. So
let me see if I have.
Are you okay with somebody saying? Are you okay with somebody saying Google on stream?
Yeah.
You understand that Google can be used to obtain docs, right?
Of course it can.
So why would you be okay? So is that not a docs tool?
Do you think? No, because it's not.
How do we define
Google
docs
doesn't require a paid membership. Google doesn't work off of passwords
that
have been stolen in data breaches.
Can you not?
Google doesn't work off of any of those things.
Okay. So the qualification is for it to be considered a docs tool, it has to look through password breaches, and it has to...
Are you saying... Wait. Are you saying that this is not a docs tool?
No, I am saying it's not a docs tool. It's not a docs tool.
You are saying it's not a docs tool.
Yeah, so long as it's not used for doxing, right? There are a million reasons to use an OSINT tool that don't pertain to doxing. Doxing is the malicious publication of personally identifiable information.
You could use a
Nobody has claimed
to look up, I don't know, fucking usernames for people or some shit. Yeah, absolutely.
There would be no...
There's absolutely scenario in the same way.
The problem
in the same way it requires it.
Do you think that most people who use OSINT tools are doing it to docs?
Yes.
Most people who use OSINT tools in general are doing so to docs.
They're either doing it to docs or they're doing it to look up PII.
Okay, so why would they be looking up?
Yeah, I know you're going to make a distinction between the two, right? That's the next argument.
Between doxing and PII. Looking for PII and docs? Of course there is. Yeah. Of course, you dispute that?
Of course. Yeah.
You're so precise on the definitions of words, right? When I'm arguing that even though the conclusion didn't change, a single premise changed because an argument would include the premise, you're like, that technically is a shift in argument. You just got blown the fuck out. So if you're like that autistically pedantic about words, why would you not? Why would you not be pedantic about doxing?
You're the one being pedantic. Why would I not be pedantic about looking at? Okay.
The exact definition seemingly only applies when it benefits your argument.
I'm formulating what I'm going to respond with, because I have an idea, but I'm trying to phrase it.
Sure.
If somebody told you, Aiden, I looked up your PII, let's say it was your home address. Aiden, I looked up your PII. I looked up your home address, I looked up your parents' names, and I looked up the place you work. Okay? What would your assumption be?
That you're stalking me?
Right. So the issue is that we do have such a pedantic portion of doxing here, because your terminology for doxing doesn't include a bunch of awful secondary things that could be done without publishing the stuff.
Well, those would be
publicly.
Those would be other bad things, right? There are other ways you can use PII.
Maybe we can call it something different then. We can call it doxing.
Okay, if I go and figure out, like, if I go and figure out someone's address and then call the police and say so and so's about to like kill like his family or whatever, so that they send a SWAT team. That would be swatting. That wouldn't be doxing. Right? Yeah, that wouldn't be doxing.
Okay, so that wouldn't be swatting. So,
if I stab someone to death, is that doxing?
No.
Why not? It's bad.
No. But I'm saying the pedantic use of the term,
it's the definition,
precludes so much extra shit. And for some reason, it's considered this like red line. But there's so much other shit you could do with PII.
It's just the gathering. It is the gathering and publication of personally identifiable information.
So if I looked up your PII and got you fired from your job, that would not be doxing.
Nope.
But would it be a red line?
Yeah, that would be a red line, but it wouldn't be doxing, right? Not every cross of a red line is doxing. That's why I asked you. Can we just so we're clear? If I went and stabbed someone to death, is that doxing? Is that doxing?
But this is what I'm trying to get at.
But it's a cross of a red line.
When you're hyper pedantic,
is that doxing?
When you're hyper pedantic about what you consider doxing.
Okay,
when you're hyper pedantic about this stuff, there is no good reason to pull a fucking 8-follower account.
Okay,
Twitter
so
PII.
Just so we're clear,
there is no good reason.
Just so we're clear, you're now going on to a different argument. You're gonna have to give me a concession or continue arguing on the first one before I let you pivot like that. So
what? Can you summarize what I've been arguing? Can you summarize what I've been arguing?
We were just arguing that about my application of the term doxing. You've now shifted to it's bad. Right? What we were just arguing is that this thing, which I even agreed was reckless to post that, right? So we can even agree that posting it was bad, right? But you just tried to claim that I have an overly like pedantic definition of doxing, implying that the word should be applied here.
I think you have an overly pedantic vision of doxing tool, frankly, because
doxing
because yes, doxing tool, yes, I do.
Okay, so I believe that a doxing tool would be a tool that you use to go and dox someone. If you're not using the tool to go and dox someone and there's other legitimate applications of that tool, which there are, then I don't think calling it a doxing tool would be fair.
There aren't legitimate applications to any of this
shit. Do you think most people who use Sherlock are trying to dox?
I wouldn't consider Sherlock to be an OSINT doxing tool.
Dan uses Sherlock. Well, you don't think
Sherlock does. Dan is actually dox people.
Okay,
he's published people's PII.
Yes. Yeah. Wait. So you agree that the doxing is the publishing of the PII. So it seems like we can agree on the definition of doxing.
No, I'm working off of you. I mean, in this case, the reason that I was being pedantic, bro, the reason that I was needling you about the doxing definition, the reason I was needling you about this is because there are a number of things. I would say like 99% of things would be malicious to pull someone's PII in this instance. I would say 99%. In fact, it's so malicious that I can't think of a single good reason for doing it that makes sense. Which is why I was needling you about your term for doxing, because you're going to tell me this is not a doxing tool. In terms of what? In terms of what?
Okay, so you're because
a tool could be used for other purposes. Like, is a hammer not a hammer because sometimes you can like do something else with it?
Okay, so
like, that's essentially what you're telling me.
So hammer denotes like the tool itself, right? That'd be the name of the tool. Just so we're clear.
Okay,
a doxing
screwdriver.
tool. A doxing tool denotes
screwdriver.
If you called it
if you used a screwdriver for anything other than screwing, driving screws, is that not a screwdriver?
It's still a screwdriver because it is a screwdriver. The description describes the name.
So the description,
hold on.
The name
name describes the tool itself. No, it doesn't. Why are you doing your artistic
The name describes
laugh?
the action.
Wait,
the
no,
name
you just say the one-to-one here would be Sherlock.
Screws.
Is Sherlock no longer Sherlock if you go and use it for, when you say doxing tool, you're talking about the thing that the tool is used for, not the tool itself, right? So your comparison doesn't work, dumb fuck, right?
It absolutely does
not.
Because
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Do you not agree?
What do you think a screwdriver denotes?
Okay.
What do you think a screwdriver denotes? Let's work on this. It drives screws. That's the entire purpose, right?
Yeah, but that also.
So it can be used for other purposes.
Wait, okay.
But its primary use is to drive screws. So there's a primary use, and just because a particular tool is used for something else doesn't necessarily indicate that tool is no longer the tool that it was.
Okay, so if somebody, for example, would you think it's fair? Do you think that a lot of people get murdered with knives?
Sure.
So why don't we just start calling knives like murder tools? Do you have a murder tool in your house?
I mean, I think in the UK they kind of do, right? Like they kind of like
do you have a murder
denoted
tool
it
in your
that
house?
way. If in this case,
do you have a murder tool in your house right now?
Purpose. I do.
You
yes,
do.
I do.
That's really why. What does somebody need to have a murdering tool for? Are you a murderer?
But do you understand that almost all of the purposes involved in this, and the reason we say doxing tool is because
I can give you a million ways you can use this tool without doxing someone.
99% of the purposes of using
it's a non sequitur.
Tool.
It's a non sequitur.
Go ahead.
A million reasons. Let's say, for example.
Wait. A knife can be absolutely used for so many other things.
Yes, just like an OSINT
murder.
tool. Glad we can agree.
What can it be used for that's not doxing or doxing adjacent?
Doxing adjacent now. Okay. So
yeah.
Okay. So for example,
in the same way that you believe someone with a gun.
For example,
but a gun is still considered a murder tool.
For example, you see an account that's like that's grooming a child. Right? You go and you use that account and it's like linked to like some popular YouTube. You report that to the police. That's not doxing, is it? That'd be That'd be private investigation and then acting on that.
In the same way that if
that's
you use a gun
adjacent.
to shoot someone in the leg and you don't kill them,
that's not doxing adjacent.
A gun is still a murder tool. A gun is still a murder tool.
What do you think doxing is? What do you think doxing is?
I think doxing would probably fit. I think the way that people. So I would think the explicit pedantic definition you gave is probably accurate. I would concede on that.
How do you define it?
I would absolutely concede that the pedantic.
Okay, you claimed just so we're clear, did you not claim verbatim that I got quote unquote blown the fuck out because I said someone's argument didn't change because their conclusion remained the same, even though technically a change of premise would be a change of premise would be a change of argument.
When did I say your definition was wrong?
You didn't. That wasn't what I just said. Sorry, you didn't. You implied it. You
made an assertion before.
You implied it.
And I said that your assertion was wrong.
You implied. Do you not think
you got blown the fuck out about it?
Wait,
that was my point.
That's not true. I'm claiming that you were willing to use the exact pedantic dictionary definition of a word when many people use argument synonymously with the conclusion that is being argued for. Right? Do you not agree that that's the case?
I don't care about the pedantic stuff. I care that you made a particular assertion that was wrong. I haven't
it was
disputed
wrong.
your definition
It was
once.
wrong. It was wrong
I
because
haven't
you.
disputed
It
your
was
definition
wrong.
of
It was
doxing
wrong.
once.
It was wrong because you threw out the colloquial usage of a term and argued that we have to be using its exact definition. Right? That's the
Are we
only
going
way
to
your
go back
argument
to
could have
this, or
worked.
can we proceed forward?
No, I'm
Listen,
explaining.
If you want to keep
I'm
disputing
explaining.
this,
I'm
blown the fuck
explaining.
out,
I'm
okay?
explaining. You were totally willing to
I
throw.
thought we were on a new point because you said we were moving
No,
on,
that's the
and now
same
we're going
point.
back to this blown
It's the
fuck out
same point.
The problem is no, it's not the same point because you made a particular assertion. I worked to prove it was wrong, and the reason that I worked to prove it was
Why
wrong.
was it wrong?
We can rewind the tape on this. I don't even remember what the argument was.
Can
at
I
this
walk?
point.
Oh,
But
you know what? Can I walk you through this? Do you
Go
agree
ahead.
that sometimes
Go ahead.
when people?
I'm going to send you the logs right now. Give me just a second.
Sure. Do you agree? It's just you could just do this with a yes or no. I'm just walking you through this. Do you agree that when somebody says argument, sometimes they just mean a statement that is like a conclusive statement? Like, for example, if I claimed that I don't know, you killed somebody, do you not think someone would say Aiden is arguing that he killed somebody?
I need to, bro. We are so far beyond this.
It's a simple yes or no. It's a
doxing
simple yes or no. Do you not think an argument is used colloquially in that regard?
Colloquially, sure.
Sure, right? So when Queeman's conclusive statement that they didn't use the tool to search for usernames remains the same, but the supporting premise of the tool was only used, the tool can only get usernames versus the tool can actually get other stuff. We agree that the premise changed, but the conclusion remained the same. You claimed that the argument changed, and I had to accept that even though the conclusion remained the same, and you agree that colloquially a conclusive statement can be synonymous with argument. So to be wrong in that scenario, I would have to go by the exact formal definition of argument.
We were either talking past each other or like I don't even know, because the point I was making, and you were getting pedantic. You were getting pedantic about the argument. I just want to point this out.
That it was probably
I'm
fair?
not conceding anything.
So can you?
I'm not
I just walked you through it. Which part do you disagree? Which part do you disagree?
No.
Which part do you disagree?
Because the part that I disagree with is that nothing changed. The part that I disagree with is nothing changed. Queeman had to defend.
You made me explicitly concede. You could keep like trying to talk. You're sparking right now, but everyone can hear it and rewind. You made me, you got on my ass and made me concede that the argument changed, right? The argument. I agreed with you completely that a premise changed, but you demanded that I concede that the argument changed, even though you just agreed that argument can be colloquially used to describe a conclusive statement. So in that scenario, I had to give a concession because I wasn't using the exact formal definition. Right? So if your arguments require the usage of the exact formal definitions of words, why is that not being applied here?
Okay. You're gonna interrupt me again, but I'm gonna try to get this out. The point I was making was, if somebody comes out to you and says, let's see. I'm trying to think of a metaphor here. If somebody comes out to you and says, nobody was shot, it was a toy gun, and then they come out and say, actually, it was a loaded gun, but they fired over someone's head and no one was hurt. Is that not a different thing? Are we not talking about something different fundamentally when somebody says something like that? Like, if you want to get pedantic about the definitions, we can. But that was the basic idea I was trying to point out.
The reason that would be
that if you're going to tell, go ahead.
Sure. So the conclusion itself, like your takeaway, would also change in that example, right? You'd believe that somebody was being reckless with a firearm. So the original statement implies that nobody was being reckless with a firearm.
The same way that I think someone would be reckless with an OSINT tool.
Okay, the fact that you could also use it for these other purposes would not change like the impediment, I guess, to the character of the people involved in using it, right? It wouldn't be that substantial.
Wait.
If the broader claim,
substantial because according to you, in this instance, like the actual argument would be nobody got hurt.
It would be right. It would be like saying, Aiden has never shot anybody. He doesn't own a gun. versus Aiden has never shot anybody. He's only used a gun in a firing range once, right? The broader claim,
No.
Aiden has never shot anybody, remains exactly the
No.
same.
It wouldn't be, because in this instance, they were going after this particular account. So even if you claim that the person, listen, this instance, they were going after this particular account. I don't know how you define malicious. I would consider it, you mean malicious as in they wanted to go after this person and potentially
Can you agree that it's not doxing?
hurt them.
Could we just get a concession on that?
It's not doxing. I don't know if they doxed anyone. I know that
are
they
you,
were
are you,
malicious.
Are you asserting that they?
I know that they
are
probably,
you asserting that they maliciously published the PII of the account?
I have no proof of that.
Okay, so
I have a lot of evidence that they might have done in some place.
So if that fact, if they never maliciously published the PII of the account, would you call that doxing?
I didn't say they never had.
I'm saying if you were to accept that fact as true, would you agree that no doxing occurred?
On a pedantic level, yes.
Okay. So do you accept claims until they're proven false? Is that like how you typically work?
In this instance, again, the evidentiary standard that we're using for these particular claims is much higher than most other people would accept for other things. Okay? That's what I'm trying to get at. You're going to say
that's like the most half-assed argument I've ever heard.
It isn't though. It isn't though. Do you understand? You understand the difference between proof and evidence, correct?
Yeah. Yes. So we're totally willing to get pedantic, but I have to hold your hand. I have to hold your hand into accepting the formal definition of doxing. It is literally,
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
It is Schrodinger's pedantry.
What are you talking about? I just agreed to your definition of doxing.
Yeah, do you not?
I just agreed to your definition of doxing.
Yeah, did I not have to fucking walk you into that? Did I not have to spend the last fucking 10 minutes walking you into that?
Why do you think I was asking you about that? Why do you think I was asking you about that, Aiden? Do you have proof of my malicious intent? Can you prove my malicious intent here? You usually make proof, right? You usually make proof before you make assertions, right?
Okay. So what I just.
Oh, okay. So here's the problem. Here's the big issue that I have. I'll repeat this until the day I fucking die. The evidentiary standard that you use for people you're associated with is much higher for their malicious actions than you would for anybody else, especially Destiny. And that's the point I'm trying to get at. When I ask you for proof and evidence,
okay, so you're making an inconsistency.
But I'm trying to get at a point.
So where's my inconsistency?
I'm not just making an inconsistency argument. I'm saying if you looked at if you were to come at this and you were to see the evidence that was posted of that server, you would assume that doxing was occurring in that server, and whether or not
because when
not in that server. I'm sorry. I don't want to malign your definition.
When they post the tool,
I would assume if I saw something like that, I would assume that doxing was occurring or something close to doxing that was malicious in nature.
When they post the tool, right? They explain exactly what they're using it for, right?
And look at the logs, because I actually. In this instance, let me read these.
At the time, they literally say exactly what they're using it for when they do it.
No, actually, they don't. So when I assume you're looking at, they said they've had 2 username changes. Run the archiver, right? I'm paraphrasing. I'm just going to toss it over to one of Hempleton's friends. They don't say what they're using that for. They've had 2 username changes refers explicitly to the use of Sherlock, which was the first tool that he posted.
Most like okay, the screenshots you just sent me, you're actually, you're correct. They did not actually explicitly say what they're using it for. I'll give you that. I just saw that.
No, because they say the username thing, that's in relation to Nicandros using the Sherlock tool. And so Nicandros has been consistent post-incident. What he's actually said is that posting the name of that was a joke. He's been very consistent in all of this. He won't come on stream. He won't actually defend any of his stuff. But he's saying posting the name of that was a joke. He only ran Sherlock.
Log? Can somebody, if anyone has the actual original tweet that leaked all this, I'd love to pull that up because I remember that.
That's the unredacted stuff that Chud posted. And Chud, I think there might be more stuff that Chud might have posted. Those were the big ones.
No, but the original, it came from the Spider account. If anyone, can somebody just link me the Spider tweet?
Yes, but wait, Aiden, I'll stop you right there. The Spider, one of the big disputes, if you recall, was the redactions.
Yes,
right?
I just want to see what was originally posted because I feel like it was not 2 screenshots. Right?
Let me see. Chud, I think, posted another one.
Well, I want to see the original. Like, I want to see the
here.
4.
Okay.
Just the Spider tweet.
Here. Yep. So Chud posted another. There are a total of 3 that Chud posted. Or wait, hold on. Is that a 4th?
Yeah, I just don't.
See this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the original.
And I'll send you the other 2 that Chud posted. You can.
Well, I want to see the Spider tweet. Or somebody might want to have it.
I'll send you the Spider stuff. I have it right here. I'll send it to you right now.
I just want to have these pulled up before we all go and argue it, because it's like obviously suicidal to try to fucking argue.
I just sent you the original Spider tweet.
Much appreciated.
I just sent you the regional Spider, and then these are the other 2 logs that were posted by Chud.
I swear,
I know these are different, but he included it.
I swear the screenshot looked different. The one I'm referring to, I swear it was like the actual lot, and then Dan put redacted over it. Okay. Or was that not in the Spider tweet?
The Spider tweet, I think, is the redacted one.
Is a Twitter account that Shamu wants to know the identity of. They suspect it of being Tectone's alt. Okay. So so just so we're clear, they actually, I actually walk back the concession I gave you. They actually do state why they're using this. They're trying to figure out if it's a Tectone alt. They literally say that here.
Yeah, but wait. Did they say the username? Give me just a second. Because the original...
You sent this to me. It literally at the top says exactly what
I did send you this.
Oh, wait, no, it's the contact.
Wait.
Wait, no, this is not the... Is this a message? Is this a message or... Dude, I'm actually going to crash out. I just need the fucking...
I'll send you... Do you want the tweet? Do you want the tweet from Chud or do you want the tweet from Spider?
I just want the tweet of the original Discord screenshots that were presented as evidence because my audience is fucking useless.
Well, this is from Spider, and this was the original evidence. The tweet I sent you was the original one.
Okay, this was the... It was just redacted. It was just 2 screenshots.
Yep. Chud provided extra screenshots because he thought it made the case look better.
Okay, so context, docs tool 1 and okay, got it. There's a Twitter account that Shamu came across and wants to know the... Okay, so do you dispute Spider claiming Spider's assertion of intent? Because we're assuming Spider has the full logs, right? Because this was the first person to originate those.
Idiot. That guy's an idiot.
Okay, where did Spider get this from for the leak?
My assumption would be that the logs that I just sent you are what Spider was sent. And it probably was in collaboration with Dan, and Dan probably sent it over to him.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck happened there. And he probably collaborated and got the redactions.
I'm talking about the screenshot that I thought that came from Spider. I'm talking about the screenshot that got pulled up on Chud's first stream. I thought that was the Spider tweet. Nobody in the world has this screenshot anymore, so. Yeah, okay. So do you think Spider's lying?
I think he's an idiot. I wouldn't trust most of his shit. I mean, like, when I first saw this stuff, I was kind of skeptical, frankly. And then I heard the sort of crash out with Dan, and I came to a conclusion based upon good amount of evidence here, which is like, do you see these screenshots where they're going 100% void? Who the fuck even knows what the name of these girls are? Like, and then they're like doing language analysis on this person. They're trying to like do gay ops on this person. They say that they're going to do gay ops.
All right, let's do this manual. There's a specific screenshot that I'm looking for, and everybody watching knows exactly what I'm talking about because it's the one that Dan redacted himself. I might have said spider tweet mistakenly, but it literally is the one where Dan redacts Himpleton's username. The screenshots you've sent me don't have...
I'll go to Dan's Twitter account and see if he's got anything.
It might have been pulled up on the... Like, somebody has this, and it's just not sending it. It's fucking ridiculous.
One of Himpleton's friends, it's in... I think... The screenshot I sent you was we'll have one of Himpleton's friends run it.
That's his tweet. This was not the screenshot that got pulled up on the fucking Chud stream, you fucking retard. What are you talking about? Sorry, I'm arguing with chat now.
Yeah. I'm just going to toss it over to one of Himpleton's friends. That's the second screenshot that I sent you. Posted on the 7th of April at 4 o'clock. Because he says it explicitly. They've had 2 username changes, run the archiver. I'm just going to toss it over to one of Himpleton's friends. And then, and then they're going, calling a woman a huge slut is 100% void lingo. The person behind this account is a woman. Like, if you, be honest here with me. Be really, really clear.
Wait, where are you reading?
If you saw this with in any other context, what was that?
Where are the screenshots that you sent? Wait, you're talking about the tweet that we're looking at?
No, I'm talking about the screenshot that I sent you after you sent me the name of the League of Legends thing. It's the second one.
It's in screenshot 2.
Yes.
Okay, so where do they say Himpleton here?
All right.
Oh, got it.
His followers for my POV. Yeah. So if you go down, most likely it's a thing mod. They've had 2 username changes, run the archiver. I'm just going to toss it over to one of Himpleton's friends.
Okay, sorry, we can get back on track. I was just like pissed that nobody was sending me the screenshot that got pulled up on Chud's stream. It's like fucking infuriating.
All right.
Like actually useless. Okay. Sorry. Anyways, my bad. Okay, so back to the topic. Okay. So you're right, They don't denote intent here. Spider claims that was their intent. Contextually, there was a Shamu and Nick Andros, I don't know the specific like message or tweet, there was an allegation that this account, because the account they were searching for, correct me if I'm wrong, how did this account come on their radar? Wasn't this the account that might have tweeted out a document or something?
So, no. And I understand why you might have that theory, but actually, if you go watch the VOD, I don't think anybody says it. I originally thought that Shamu might have made that assertion, but I don't know where the people are getting this from. I think people said that there was a document that was leaked in his Discord, Techie's Discord at some point, where somebody leaked it, and maybe they might have made that assertion. But if you actually go to
Shamu
the
never
Twitter
explained
account,
why he suspected this of being a Tectone alt.
No, he said it explicitly. It was just because, I think they even say in the screenshot, it's like they're just tweeting about Tectone, and they're just tweeting negative things about what's her face? Pinky Chew. So yeah, Pink. So this account only it's 8 followers. I'll send you it's still up, actually. So I'll share it with you.
So the only reason they were interested... Okay, so the only reason they ran the search on this account is because it was critical of Pink?
Critical of Pink in a really, really harsh way. Like, you could look at it. What they did was that they were really defensive. I think they might have been arguing with this account at some point. One of them maybe on their ults or something. But, like, really, really critical of Pink. They would post these like AI versions of Pink and with like exaggerated lips, and like it would say something like not actually a victim.
I thought this was the account that had posted the fucking court doc.
No, No.
So what was
I
the
understand
basis?
why you might think
so
that.
what was the basis of suspecting this was a fucking alt? It was just
Because
because this
it was
person was
just
critical.
really, really mean. Yes. It's 8 followers, dude. I looked for the fucking court docs.
They were looking into
did,
the account.
So they did mention
Wait, hold on. I'm just reading something. They were looking into the account because that's what I thought, Kathy, but they're claiming that it was not this account, and nobody has sent anything in inbox to suggest otherwise. So if we're to assume,
I just sent you a link to the account.
Yeah.
I just sent you a link to the account. You can go look through all of their media. They do mention the court case, but it's all shitty grok summaries of publicly available information. It's a stupid fucking moron who just posts like nasty memes about Pinky Chew and then posts all this stuff supporting Tectone. That was the only reason.
If that's true, then yeah, I think this is wildly inappropriate.
Yeah, and that's kind of what got me going. Was like I was like, they're talking about this Twitter account, and then I start looking at it, and I'm like, all it did was just make these stupid memes that say like fake plastic whore and like these shitty fucking AI summaries of like why Tectone's not guilty. And
if it was
like,
just
that's
somebody,
all
that,
I
it was
saw.
just somebody that was critical of Pink. If that's all that's on that account, and there was no, because as I'm like, I have my inbox open right now. If there was proof that this person, it would be in my inbox. It's not. So I'm gonna take your word for it.
I mean, you can ask Nick Handros and
Yeah, they have
Shamu.
nothing.
Like I didn't see anything that was like super like other than just being really annoying and aggressive and stupid. It just looked like a shitty account. I think it tweeted at Pinky Chew's ult like a few times, and that was when I was like, oh well, maybe this is kind of a harassment thing. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it did tweet at Pinky Chew. I think that's her alt or something like that. But like most of this shit is like rock summaries and like fucking like bullshit about the judge.
Bullshit about the judge.
Like, yeah, bullshit about the judge, but that's a narrative that Tectone has been pushing for a while, that the judge is biased towards women and shit. That's basically what was said. Some Hassan bullshit.
Thank.
But if there's evidence that this, because I actually thought the same thing. I thought Shamu had said, "Oh, this account was leaking court docs." I thought he had said that, and I went back and listened to the VOD, and I don't think he ever suggests that. I don't think he ever says that it leaked court docs. I think there was a suspicion because maybe there's a bunch of nasty accounts or something that Tectone is violating his court order with that.
Wait, to the person.
But do you remember?
The person that linked this to me. This Wooden Badger account is not the same account they ran the search on, right? They ran the search on. What was the name of the account again?
Mr. Kerbu.
Yeah, that was the
Mr.
account they ran
Kerbu.
the search on.
I sent you a link. I sent you a link to it. It's in your DMs over here. It's Mr. Kerbu. It's still up. It stopped tweeting May 8th.
Holy shit. Okay, yeah. If literally, I mean, yeah, I can't. If this was not the account that posted the doc, I don't see any legitimate basis necessarily for, like, I think that's probably like an overstep for sure. Certainly not doxing, right? Certainly not doxing.
Well, I think like, I do not have proof that doxing occurred.
Well,
all I can tell you is that I think that there was malicious intent. What's up?
Well, I don't think they had malicious intent. Do you agree that they were searching this just to confirm whether or not it was Tectone?
No.
Okay, so you don't think their intent was...
I think that they wanted to fuck with this account. I don't think there's a legitimate reason, like you said, I don't think there's a legitimate reason to do any sort of investigation. And I think if they did have it, they would have gone to Pinky Chew's lawyers first and been like, hey, we think Tectone's violating the order. Should we look this? You want this information?
I don't even need to dispute that. If what you told me is true, and this was just an account that was critical of Pink, then I can actually agree with you that there was not enough here to maybe like there was not enough here where I think an investigation, like obviously if you're going and investigating whether every critic or alt on Twitter like belongs to like the main subject they're arguing in favor of, for sure we can agree there was no basis, absolutely.
Okay.
But no doxing
Okay.
occurred. That's a totally different claim I can give you. I can give you that them posting it was maybe reckless. I can give you that there was no basis for this if what you've just argued is true. But the overarching claim here has been that this was a doxing server and that this was an instance of doxing. And that has not been substantiated.
It hasn't been proven. Again, in this case, so we're gonna start screaming at each other in a second.
Yep.
So or I might start screaming. So the issue I have is that the standard here for the evidentiary standard that we have for this, of it being a doxing server, in my opinion, is too high. It's too high.
Sure. Why is that?
Okay. If we're trying to prove like a court case and you're in court and you want to make these sort of suggestions and you want to have somebody prosecuted or in some way arrested, okay, or fined or whatever, there is a process that you have to go through in order to prove something. And there's a high standard for evidence for that process.
For sure.
If you're making a judgment
if it's
in
criminal court,
everyday
guilty
life,
beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
yes,
And the
preponderance
unanimous
of evidence
verdict of
in
the
the case
jury.
of civil court. Yeah, preponderance of evidence in the case of a civil court.
Sure.
In your everyday life, though, you don't have access to the court's tools. You don't have access to the investigative abilities or any of that other stuff. To some extent, you have to make a judgment based upon available evidence. And
Yes, agreed.
in this case, okay. Do you dispute that there is evidence that this is a doxing server?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
you're just showing me people looking for stuff, right? Like the evidence that that you would have to substantiate that or provide evidence that it's likely that they published this, right? None of this
Okay.
contributes to the notion that they published this.
Okay. I just want to do a sanity check.
Yeah.
Let's say that we agreed that the archiver tool was a doxing tool. Let's imagine a world where that's the case and we come to an agreement.
Sure.
Is posting the name of that tantamount to inviting doxing or I don't know how else to say this. Like, would it not be evidence that it is a doxing server if we agreed on that point?
Would it not be evidence that it's a doxing server if we agreed on that point? The point that they posted it?
The point that that if we agreed that the archiver tool was a doxing tool and he posted the name of that tool, would it not be the case that that's evidence of it being
in
a doxing
the
server?
formal sense, and you can agree colloquially, people use proof and evidence synonymously, right?
They do.
For
yes,
sure.
I agree.
So just so we're clear, your argument is relying on the formal definition, right?
It would be, but it's for a specific
Well,
reason.
if you want to keep things pertaining to exact formal definition, we can absolutely do that. But we're gonna have to do that with everything, right? Doxing, etc. Because then it would just be.
I'm fine with that. Listen. If you want to use the strict definition for doxing that you mentioned before,
But,
that's fine.
Sure. So if you want to use the strict definition for evidence, then sure. If we were to concede that that's a dox tool or can be described as a dox tool, which I would dispute, by the way, because I think there are a million valid applications.
I know you would.
Yeah, because I think there are a million
would.
valid applications of an OSINT tool. Then, in the hyper-formal sense, that would be evidence, right? Because it paints evidence would be painting part of the picture of the conclusion being argued for, right? As opposed to proof, if I remember correctly, which would paint the picture, right? It'd be paint the whole picture.
And
so
proof can be proof. A lot of times is a collection of evidence.
So sure,
it's not just one piece. It's like a bunch of pieces.
Sure. So if a guy is being
Yeah.
accused of committing a crime, in New York City, right? I say that you committed a crime in New York City. right? And then somebody tells me you were in New York City when the crime occurred. But I also found out you go to New York City a lot. That would technically be evidence, but I wouldn't then go and run and say, because of the colloquial usage, I wouldn't then run and say that there's evidence that you committed that crime, because I know what that implies to the average person due to the colloquial definition, right? So on the hyperformal sense, sure, we can agree to that.
I would more go back to the crack analogy. I would say if you go into a house and you find hyper-specific tools used for cooking crack, you are probably that is evidence that crack is being cooked in that house.
Okay,
that is the level of evidence. Because obviously, like if you want to like paint it like this, right? Like I'm in the United States, a murder happened in the United States. Technically, that's evidence.
Well, and I'd be fine asserting this evidence because there's typically little reason. Yeah, because there's typically little reason that somebody would be keeping all that if they're using all the equipment needed to like cook some. I think meth. I don't know how crack is made. I know how meth is made, but the equipment used to cook meth.
Okay, we'll use meth.
Yeah, we'll use meth. Yeah. Right, the equipment used to cook meth. There are little to no. You can make a heuristic that most people that have the lab equipment required for cooking meth, like red phosphorus, etc., unless they're like it's in the form of matches, right? If they have Sudafed, red phosphorus, etc., and all the lab equipment there, right? There would be little reason for all of that to exist. Like for all of that to exist, and this to not be the case, that would have to be an outlier. Right? The heuristic would be like a general application. Most of the time, when you see all of that in aggregation in somebody's house, we can agree that, yeah, there's evidence that that's evidence that they're cooking meth, and I'd be fine with that colloquial assertion. However, I dispute the assertion that 90% of the time, people who are using OSINT tools are doxing. I'd say 99% of the time, everyone who has all the shit you need to cook meth in their house is cooking meth. Maybe even 100, right? But with OSINT tools, I dispute that because there are tons of valid applications. It's used by private investigators. Journalists can use it. It can be used to like if a fucking senator has like some old account that he was like saying racist shit on, etc. There can be usages of it that don't involve the malicious publication of personally identifiable information to a degree where that would probably be most. I'd even argue that would probably be most.
We've zoomed out. Let's zoom back in a little bit to a point that we just talked about with the Kerbu account.
Sure.
Can you think of like a legitimate reason to run the OSINT tool for that account?
Yes, I can. Yeah, for sure. Do you want to know the reason?
What would that be?
Okay. The reason would be a protective order was issued that Tectone, John Robertson, prohibited him from disparaging the person that a court found he likely sexually assaulted. These people, and I admit on flimsy basis, right? We can totally concede that I think at this point there was not like a whole lot of basis for that. But these people, per their own admission, can you agree that they suspect that there is some possibility that this account that is disparaging Pink might be John Robertson Tectone?
I think they did say it was either Tectone or his mod.
Yeah, so you
so
can.
If we're going by the plain reading of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so you agree,
right? I accept it. Yeah,
sure.
I accept that it's possible.
So the reason would be confirmation that Tectone violated a protective order from a woman who a court found he likely sexually assaulted, right? And then informing his lawyer of that if that occurred, so that appropriate legal action could be taken. That would be the application there. That wouldn't be doxing.
So this really does sort of depend then, to some degree, on my understanding of who these people are.
Sure.
Because, and I wanted to sort of zoom out, but I'm going to have to zoom back in on this. All right. My understanding of Nicandros is that he's really well regarded within the commentary community. And Shamu, to some extent, was. He's sort of on the outs now, but Shamu did that documentary.
I regard Shamu well for his investigative work pertaining to Tectone.
Sure. Okay. But Nicandros in particular, and this is a quote I've heard from Jay Stalk. Sure. I think Queeman? Maybe not Queeman, but Jay Stalk in particular. Jay Stalk says Nicandros will pull up PII, but he will not use it maliciously. Okay, this is something he said explicitly, and it's part of the reasoning, by the way,
I think
for why
that's fair.
this. What was that?
I think that's fair, right? We have no evidence that he used
Okay.
PI maliciously for Nick
Oh,
Andros.
yeah, but he's known for like not even accidentally posting someone's information, however you might consider that, whether it's doxing or unintentional doxing, whatever the terminology might be in that instance. Okay,
Well, I don't know if he's
this
known.
is something that like
I don't know if he's known for that. He's known for that in the way
for
that like
JStock he is.
well, everyone is known for that until you he's known for it in the sense of I would assume that anyone is known for that because most people wouldn't accidentally dox. So it would be known for that. I guess
JStock's actual
like it'd be
words
like me
were
saying
that he was
it would
known
be
for
like
this.
me saying you're known for not cooking meth, right? I could say that like probably I can say that right now because I haven't seen anything to suggest that you've ever cooked meth.
But the assertion was more about his character. It's more than that. It's more about that, more than that, because not JStock, Nicandros, there's a video of, I think it's Mudahar, and like Mudahar basically accidentally doxes where he lives, and Nicandros is like, hey, Mudahar. And I think Dan tried to use this as evidence that like doxing was happening, which I think was kind of flimsy. But JStock said something like, Nicandros, you're scaring the hose, like, Buddha, Nicandros will find where you live, but he won't do anything or something like that.
When
and
he was
then
watching
I think
the video.
JStock, yeah, there's some video I guess that Nicandros had done on Mudahar.
Yeah, I saw. I was even critical of that. Not because he actually did something, but because it just looks bad, right? It gives people room to claim that you're like doing something that you aren't doing. I criticize it in like a strategic sense. There was no purpose for that.
But well, it's a strategic sense, but also like JStock was basically pointing to this as evidence and saying like Nicandros will find he's very good at OPSEC, he's very good at finding people's information, but he never posts it.
Well, yeah, because in all the examples we have where he's known of people's personal information, he hasn't posted it.
Yes, but that's what
So
I'm
how would that be
trying to
unfair?
get at is that I'm not saying it's unfair. I'm saying I think his reputation is a bit unearned if he's doing something that is so reckless. Like not even just posting the tool. You agree that posting the tool name was reckless?
The statement from JStock you brought, just real quick, do you disagree with that?
Based upon his actions in those logs, I disagree that Nicandros is a trustworthy individual.
Okay, so this is you're weaseling. You're being a weasel right now. Just so we're clear,
I'm not.
Do you disagree if JStock says he finds personal information and doesn't post it, and any example we have of him finding personal information, we have no evidence he's ever posted it. Would you dispute that statement?
I don't dispute that at all.
Okay, because it sounded like you were when you brought it up.
No. What I'm trying to point to is that I think that I was getting to this shit. Lost my train of thought.
No worries.
Here's my first question. If it's not a doxing tool, why is it reckless to post it? That's my first question. If it's not a doxing tool, if the OSINT tool is not a doxing tool, why is it reckless to post it?
Because it has the potential to be utilized for purposes like that, right? And there's no reason to post it publicly in that instance, right?
So,
and also it's reckless in the sense you're giving people the ability to start filling in the blanks about why you were using that to begin with, because you're publicly explaining that you were going to try to get someone to use it. So it's reckless as it
getting back to your knife analogy.
Yeah.
Getting back to your knife analogy, if I leave a knife out in my own kitchen, is that equivalent in some respect?
If you leave a knife out in your own kitchen, I think
yes.
If you know that nobody's there and able to access it, that wouldn't be reckless. If you know that nobody else is in your house, I think the better example would be maybe if you were to like leave your gun out unlocked, right? That would probably.
What if you just left? Yeah. What if you just threw a knife in a dumpster?
If you just threw a knife in a dumpster, I don't think that would be that.
Yeah, you just left it there.
I don't think.
All right, but all right. I'm just pointing out.
Well, because the thing is,
I'm not gonna be that petty. I'm not gonna be
well, no,
petty.
well, no, because if somebody, because okay, so we can throwing a knife in a dumpster. 99% of the time, you're not giving someone who wants to murder access to an additional murder weapon because people are already have wide access to knives. If somebody expresses intent or has the intent to murder someone, it's unlikely they're not going to need to. They're not going to need to go look through a fucking dumpster to get a knife.
But this is the analogy you were telling me before about a murder weapon.
No, I'm explaining that just because a knife can be used. Okay, I'm explaining that. No, okay, so you haven't proved what you think you're proving, right? Just because a knife,
analogous, though.
No, for the way I was using it, it was. You're now making a whole we're talking about reckless. The initial analogy was made to dispute the assertion that this was a doxing tool, right? This is now we're now using the analogy for a new thing. This is a different analogy relating to a different point. Just so we're clear. First point was the descriptor of doxing tool. This point is about whether or not it's reckless.
Okay. If what I'm seeing in the logs and what your assumption here is that posting the tool was reckless.
Do you think Destiny runs a doxing community, by the way?
Doxing community. All of his logs are public.
Yeah.
So
he's public.
My understanding is that there's been 3, 4 public doxings from in his DGG chat.
Yeah.
What would you consider? Does that make a doxing community to you? If we have public logs of somebody and we see everything and it's 3, 4 people, is that a doxing community?
I wouldn't even necessarily say that because I think tons of people can participate in his community without necessarily caring or wanting to dox. They could just be watching for politics. So I wouldn't even necessarily say that. Because if you were to pick out now to be clear, I think there's more evidence to say that it's a doxing community than that this is a doxing server. But I just want to make it clear, when Destiny is directing people, I think this is on 2 occasions. I think he did it once with Lab, and I think he did it once with Anna, right? When Destiny directed people to Kiwi Farms, a website we could both agree hosts dox information and is known for hosting dox information many times for the sake of harassment, etc. Right? If we can agree to that, then there would be, if he's done it twice, and we have one instance of them posting a link to there's 2 instances of him directing people to the website, would you not agree that it would you could say that he's running a doxing community per your own logic?
No.
Why not?
I don't think that. I don't think posting to those websites constitutes doxing.
I agree. Just like I don't think posting that website constitutes doxing. I'm glad we can agree.
I see. No. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just think that the stuff that.
Do you notice how easy though you're willing to accept? No, hold on.
You're grilling me hard on this.
Trust me. I've gone hard on people. I'm not being that hard here, right? I just want you to notice, just so you can understand your own bias, how okay you were with asserting based on their posting of the link, immediately this was a doxing server. Yet when I show you an example of Destiny posting or directing people to doxing websites, right? Notice how we now need to get into the weeds to sort of justify why it wouldn't be in this case a doxing community, right?
Do you think it was doxing for him to post the KF links?
Nope.
I just want a clear, concise answer. Okay.
I think when he makes the doxing by proxy point, I think that would be a super strong example of it, right? Especially when he's directing people to contribute to the thread. Absolutely. But I wouldn't say that in of itself is doxing.
Contribute to the thread is a bit much. I don't think he was trying.
He didn't tell me.
That's too much.
Did you not watch my debate with him?
What's that? No, he did tell people to contribute. I'm just saying that the link between the two, between telling people to contribute and doxing is tenuous.
I agree. That's why I'm not accusing. That's why I didn't accuse him of doxing there, did I? I'm saying that per your own logic, that would be doxing. Per the logic you're using to describe this as a doxing server.
No.
Why not?
So let's get this in. The tool itself, posting the tool itself, let's say that we agree that it is a doxing tool. Let's say that we agree that it is a doxing tool. I'm not saying you do. I don't agree with the premise that KF is primarily a doxing website. I think there are doxes posted on there, but I don't agree that it's a primarily doxing website.
What percentage of Kiwi Farms threads on people do you think like contain personally identifiable information?
I would say a lot.
Like, how much have you had to take a wild
I haven't
guess?
been to KF very often.
If you were to click on a lolcow thread, like let's say you were to click on 10 lolcow threads at random, totally randomized.
60 to 70%.
60 to 70%.
60 to 7%.
Yeah.
I'd say 60, low end.
Okay, so why would that not be a doxing website?
Would you say it's like, is it 100? I've never been to KF. Would you say it's 100?
I'd say it's 80 or about maybe 90. I actually, it's,
okay.
I've never seen a KF thread that doesn't have, like on a lolcow thread, I've never seen a thread that doesn't contain personally identifiable information on somebody. I've never seen it.
Okay. Do you agree that there would be a difference between a tool used, like let's say that the premise was that it is a tool, and then posting a website where doxes are hosted? Do you agree that there might be a difference between those things?
Okay, there would be.
Like, let's assume that it was a doxing tool. Let's say that it was. Do you agree that with the premise that posting a place where doxes are posted?
What do you mean by doxing tool here? A tool that can get doxed?
A tool where, let's say we have a number 80%. Let's say 80% of the time, for some form of doxing.
Sure. So if 80% of Kiwi Farms threads, so sure. So it's a dox website versus a dox tool, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we're assuming it's a dox tool, we'll assume this is a doxing website.
Versus a location. Doxing versus no. Because it's a place where doxes are hosted. It's not a doxing thing.
Okay.
I'm being pedantic, but you get what I'm trying to say.
If you want to get pedantic, for sure. Right? Do you agree that if we get pedantic, the definition of doxing requires the malicious publication of PII? And if they're using this site to publish that PII, the PII is published on this site, and people like collaborate to go find pieces of info.
They're not using the website to do the action.
No, they're
not using the web.
You just agreed publication is part of the action. So if they're using the website to publish, how would that not be part of the action?
Because they without the tool, they can't publish without a tool. Okay. So if you went to KF and you were like, I want to dox this person, there's no way for you to do that. There's a way for you to look up people's doxes.
Do you not think
that's not doxing?
Okay, do you not think you can dox someone without using like Sherlock, for example?
Yes, I think you can.
Okay, so you don't need that tool to dox, just like you don't necessarily need Kiwi Farms to publish, but you can use both to fulfill that act, and when you do, it is serving as a means of doing that thing. Right? If we can agree that doxing requires publication and the website is being used to publish the information, then the website is being used to further the act.
I would make a distinction because you can host doxes in many, many places that aren't KF.
Yeah, just like you can use many tools to find someone's dox.
An OSINT tool is much, much different. I would say
just because
if you're looking for docs on the internet,
just because two things are different doesn't make the comparison invalid. You're never comparing two identical things. The point remains that both are utilized to further the act of doxing.
To some degree, yeah. To some degree.
Sure.
I would agree with that.
So if you're classifying one as a dox tool, this would be considered a dox website.
I would say it's a website where doxes are hosted, but I'm trying to get at something different. Which you agree
publication is required for the act of doxing. You agreed we're getting pedantic here. So if the website is being used to publish the information, then it would be a furtherance of it would further that act. It would allow them to achieve that act. Just like they can achieve that act with Sherlock, and it allows them to achieve that act, but they don't need it to do it, right?
In the case of Sherlock, I think we're talking about something very different.
Okay,
between
as I
that
said
and the OSINT
before,
tool.
just because two things are different does not make the comparison invalid. You're never comparing two identical things. We're comparing the description of a site as a docs site or tool.
Can you pull PII with Sherlock? I thought it was mostly just unless like you're someone that uses I guess a Facebook profile.
So if
Is
you
that how they would
you
do
can
it?
pull PI if you're putting in like an email or something and it gives you someone like, let's say my email is Apple123 or whatever, and you put
And
it
it's
in
connected to a
and
Facebook account.
Apple123 is connected to it, then yeah, you can get PII that way. If the Facebook is my full name,
Okay.
that's the email I use to
Okay.
register. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Just
where's the dispute here?
The dispute in this case would be, I think that pulling PII, I think that the act of pulling PII is far more difficult than hosting it. And that's where the distinction would really lie between that and KF. That would be my distinction between the two of them. Because you can host PII almost anywhere. Not almost anywhere. You can host it in like
yeah, and you can
a ton of different places.
You can use almost any site that can search publicly available information to dox someone.
You're talking about Google in this case. You're
It
saying
could be
like
Google,
you could do a Google search.
There are a million ways
Yeah.
people get doxxed.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I guess I would kind of agree.
Can I get a concession here or not?
Yeah, no. I'll concede that in this case, if you're talking about the explicit definition of doxing, yes.
Yeah.
I would say they're somewhat equivalent. It's not like fully equivalent, but it is somewhat equivalent. I think that there is something.
Well, I'm not even saying they're equivalent. I'm just saying per your logic that you're using to describe what they use.
It was a doxing community.
Yeah, then you'd have to say it would be a logical consistency.
Well, the doxing community would be more alleged based upon available evidence and stuff that is hidden.
Okay, so wait.
Yeah.
So it's an allegation.
It's more alleged.
So it's an allegation.
It's an allegation.
Okay, then
it's an allegation.
Then you give me what I want. They did not.
They
did not substantiate. They did not substantiate enough where Destiny can go around definitively stating that this was a dox server. Okay, so let's get pedantic again, because I noticed how when I use dox, it's like if you want to get hyper pedantic, so we can get pedantic again, right? Yes, Destiny's definitively stated that this was, or Destiny and Dan have both described this as a doxing server. No. Correct. Sure. So if you're agreeing that that's just an allegation,
have you heard his caveat? Have you heard his caveat on that?
Yeah, I looked at. So
he's explicitly said that he can't 100% prove all of this stuff. He has a preponderance of evidence.
You're admitting,
it's like a lot of evidence.
But I brought you down to it's just an allegation now, which is sure, right? But if it's just an allegation, don't you think it's a little reckless to definitively go out there and say this was a doxing server if that has not been proven?
I mean, in the same way that it was to call him a sex criminal who's hiding his sex crimes.
Okay,
maybe.
So in the colloquial sense, that's not. There's no. You can't laugh when there's no win. Okay, there was no win there because he himself he not admitted to posting intimate sexual images without the consent of the woman involved.
He sent a DM of it. I don't know if that counts as posting.
Or sorry, sending it.
He sent a DM of it.
Yeah. So sending sexually intimate image. Yes. So we can, in many places, that would be a crime. He's not being charged criminally. So in the technical sense, he's not a criminal, right? He hasn't been convicted of a crime. When we use the term crime colloquially, we mean somebody that has perpetrated an act.
But we've been through this.
Yeah.
But we've been through this.
Yes. So I'm explaining to you. I can prove and justify my colloquial description. I'm saying he can't.
You could prove that he was covering for it?
I can prove that he was. Yes, we've gone through this. That he was covering it up.
No, you haven't. You haven't proven it.
Yes, we have.
You gave an allegorical example.
Do you not? Do you
be the case?
Okay, can you give me another?
I dispute the fact that he was covering for it.
Okay, can you give me another reason for doxing your critics besides trying to silence them?
In this case, this is a whole thing. Okay. Everybody wants to go through the orders of magnitude effects of doxing. They want to talk about the fact that somebody can get swatted. They want to talk about the fact that somebody can get murdered. and they want to talk about real world violence that occurs. There are a bunch of other effects of doxing that are not as bad, but awful, right?
Sure. Agreed.
You get fired for your, fired for your job, right? They can ruin your relationships, right?
Sure.
They can get you, ruin all of your relationships, your family, with your friends.
But do you know what all those things have in common, what you just listed?
Go ahead.
All of those things are made possible by the act of doxing, right? That's why we're listing them. So,
the reason I'm listing them is because these people have basically done that to him. The reason I'm listing it is that every single time that he tries to get on a debate panel, there's someone in the DMs going, "Oh, sex criminal, sex criminal, sex criminal," and then for whatever reason he loses.
You're not even disputing the colloquial assertion that he is a sex criminal.
The colloquial assertion that he is a sex criminal. Yeah, I probably, if you're disputing like the actual colloquial thing, no, I wouldn't dispute the colloquial thing.
Yeah, like would you be disputing
the issue I would have is that
I don't know what you're saying. If I called Netanyahu, for example, a war criminal, I know you're a DGG, so I don't know where you sound. I called Netanyahu a war criminal. Netanyahu hasn't been convicted at the ICC yet, right?
Descriptively, yes, he probably is. He probably is. But the problem
but he hasn't technically been. We just know that he's perpetrated. The reason hold on. The reason you can say that is because he's perpetrated acts that he could be criminally convicted for, right?
Potentially, yeah.
If he was present in the jurisdiction where he could be convicted for it.
Potentially, yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when I say Destiny's a sex criminal, right, I'm saying he committed an act that can be charged as a crime in various places that he's not under the jurisdiction of.
But you have just as much evidence for that as the doxing server.
No,
right?
He's admitted to it.
You have just as much. What do you mean?
No, I don't.
He's admitted to it.
He's admitted. Has he not admitted to intimately sharing images of Pixie without her consent?
My understanding is he thinks that there was some other level of consent. So I think the entire thing at this point hasn't been. The trial hasn't even happened.
Okay, the trial's
on. The trial hasn't even happened.
The trial's still happening. It's been going on now for how long?
You're the one that's been telling. No, actually, it's still. It hasn't started. Actually, I think they just moved off of discovery, and they're ruling on MSJ at this point. So. You're asking me to prove again, covering for his crimes is the big sticking point that I'm going to continue to have.
Sure, we can.
And I know you want to move off at this point.
No, we can stay on it. Let's go. Nobody wants to move off.
Okay, let's stay there.
Yep.
So in this case, right, his intent for covering for his crimes. Do you understand that he thinks that these people are trying to ruin him and his career, and they're going after his particular career? Do you agree with that?
Yes,
that is what they're doing. That was a total destiny death.
You agree? And can you agree that Shamu possibly believed that the account he was running the search on belonged to a guy who, if the account was his, would have violated a protective order against a woman that a court found he likely sexually assaulted?
That was stated, I think, in the logs that they thought that might have been the case. Yeah, sure, possibly.
Okay, cool. Because everybody has their reasons for shit. I just think the charity is applied very differently here.
Well, I think you're applying charity differently. So, anyways, in this case, the issue is that covering for his crimes is always going to be the sticking point. It's always going to be the sticking point because he's not covering for anything he's been convicted of. There's nothing he's been convicted of as far as any of this goes. When you say colloquial sex criminal,
you've already agreed to me that we can describe someone as a criminal without them being actually convicted. You were totally fine with the description of Netanyahu, and I agree, as a war criminal, despite the fact that he hasn't been convicted.
It's not been proven, but it's not been proven in court.
Okay,
like you could say, there's a preponderance of evidence.
Destiny himself has literally admitted that she did not give explicit consent from sharing these images.
Okay. All right. If you spit on the gum on the ground, and that's a crime in Singapore, would you call yourself a colloquial criminal?
No, because I don't think that should be a crime. right? Most people don't think that should be a crime. Most people would probably believe.
Wait, now we're shifting to most people. Now we're moving to most people.
So I believe.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that Destiny doesn't believe that he's a criminal? Do you think like that is going to be the issue? Is that you're trying to prove intent and you haven't proven that Destiny believes
the thing
that
is,
he himself is a criminal.
I can argue for, and also, is it a crime to? I don't think it's a crime. So I think isn't it like it's charged as a? I don't even remember exactly how they do it in Singapore. I don't think you go to jail.
I think you get fucking caned or some shit.
I think you get caned, but I don't know if that's like if it's a fucking crime. It's illegal, I think, to chew gum there. While out,
I think spitting it out.
It's illegal
on like
to
a train or some shit.
Or wait, no, it's illegal to spit it out.
I think it's illegal to spit it out, and that was one of the big reasons that they did it, was to ban chewing gum because the trains were covered in gum, and then they did a whole thing about it. I'm just you understand my point though, right?
Well, yeah, but yes, but the example you're using is an example of a stupid law that we would agree should never be enforced. I don't think it should be a crime to necessarily spit out your chewing. I think it should be a misdemeanor. You should get like charged with maybe littering, right? But we could probably both agree that shouldn't be a crime. Do you agree that it should probably be a crime?
Do you understand that Destiny himself doesn't think of himself as a criminal? Do you believe that he thinks he's a criminal?
He's a narcissist, so probably some weird justification he gives to himself to save his ego.
Okay, so he hasn't been charged with a crime. Like colloquially in some other jurisdiction, he might be considered a criminal of some kind.
In some, I think it would be...
I'm going to revise my answer here because I think now that I'm thinking about this is total bullshit. He doesn't think of himself as a criminal. He hasn't been charged with an actual criminal case. There's been you've already
agreed that doesn't need to happen to describe someone as a criminal. Okay, so you can see it.
I'm walking this back because now that I'm thinking about it, it's total bullshit.
Do you notice how you need to go and start, just to defend this guy, do you notice how you need to start revising your own positions just so you could walk your way into defending what he does? Do you not think that's like a little bit like, that indicates like some
What do you mean defending what he does? All I'm trying to figure out is...
You don't think you're defending him?
Like, where you get to with your description of intent. Where do you get this description of intent?
So
that's what I'm trying to get at.
So Destiny's admitted to the act. So Destiny's admitted to the act, right? He's admitted to it. And that act,
not a crime.
That act is a crime. Sure, that act is a crime in other jurisdictions, and we could probably both agree that that would be a just application. Do you think it should be a crime to post sexually intimate images of someone without their permission? Would you agree that would you agree that the law
explicitly on those terms? Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Cool. So we could probably both agree. We could probably both agree that it is justifiably a crime in other jurisdictions.
There's a factual dispute. There's a factual dispute about whether there was some sort of unacknowledged consent.
The claim was that the consent was implied, but that hasn't been substantiated, and also that's rapey as fuck.
I mean, you can call it rapey as fuck.
Point being, he's admitted he wasn't given explicit consent to share these images with the person involved. He literally apologized to Pixie for it.
I mean, you've already conceded that he doesn't have the intent here.
When did I concede that with the intent for what?
Because you called him a narcissist and he's come up with some sort of justification for why this is something different.
Okay, do you know what mens rea is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the concept.
Okay, so under mens rea, if I remember correctly, I'm not a legal expert here, but my basic understanding is you just need to know that the act you're committing is the act you're committing. You don't even necessarily need to know that it's criminal. Ignorance of the law is not a valid defense. You just have to be aware that what you're doing is what you're doing, and the thing you're doing can be charged as a crime. So
but there was no law at the time.
Okay, so the law. We agree that
So we're going by like a colloquial definition.
So we agree.
We're going by a colloquial definition with no intent.
Okay, you've already conceded this. You've already conceded this act should be charged as a crime. You've already conceded that, right? So if we're looking at jurisdictions,
your explicit description, I conceded that your explicit description would be a crime. Yes.
My explicit description of sharing intimate sexual images without the consent of the person involved. Yes, that is what he did.
Correct.
So it would be, so you can agree that's a crime.
So, no, because in his case, if she's sharing it with her fucking boyfriend and he's sharing it with his wife,
Why would
and they're apparently...
Wasn't Rose somebody he only knew for like 2 weeks or something at the time of sharing the images? Why would him sharing that with his intimate partner? Why would him sharing it with his intimate partner and her sharing with her intimate partner mean that she consents to him doing it with someone she doesn't know or trust? Sorry, 10 days. 10 days. My bad. 10 days. They knew each other for 10 days. Why does
You're doing the 10 days thing.
Why does that matter? Because the claim is that consent was implied, and I'm saying sharing that amongst intimate partners doesn't imply that you're okay with it being sent to strangers. So yeah, it would matter.
Okay.
So just to be clear, you just got blown the fuck out.
I didn't want to. I mean, in this case, I don't want to dig into the Rose shit. I'm just saying, like,
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Your description of intent is crazy.
That's
your
okay.
description of
you
intent
could keep
doesn't
calling
make
it
any
crazy.
sense.
You keep calling
Like,
crazy.
you're
Whenever
saying
we
he
get into the
intends to cover
details,
his
you
sex
just
crimes.
lose. So I don't know what to tell you.
There's a factual dispute in the case.
And I've just explained to you why his supposed factual dispute is invalid. I've just given you the argument for that, which you were unable to dispute.
We could push off that stuff. And frankly, like,
so got it. So you can't defend that.
You're going from intent.
You're in a cult. Like you're just
intent to mens rea.
You're in a cult.
Intent. What do you mean cult?
You're in. Do you legitimately not see the mental gymnastics you're going through to defend this guy? I've just explained to you why his excuse.
You see the mental gymnastics
you've just agreed. You've just agreed to me that you would admit that the sharing of sexually intimate images without the consent of the person involved should be charged as a crime. We've both already agreed on that. I've explained to you how he did that, and I've completely refuted his excuse. So why shouldn't I be able to call him a criminal, per your own logic? You agree you don't actually even need to be convicted of a crime to be called one, per the example that I gave with Netanyahu, which you conceded on.
What example are we talking about? Because Netanyahu's actually in the jurisdiction. He's actually in the fucking jurisdiction. He's in the world. This is ICC stuff.
Where he can be charged, but he's not. He hasn't been convicted. But he's been convicted because they can't get him, right?
Sure.
So
he's committed in the jurisdiction. You're making a comparison of jurisdictions. Doesn't make any sense.
Had Destiny perpetrated the same act in a different location, he would have been charged as a criminal, and we've both agreed that the charging of him as a criminal will be justified, or the charging of people who do the act that I've described. No, we've agreed that people who share sexually intimate images without the consent of the person involved should be charged with a crime. And I've argued with you that's exactly what he's done, and you can't dispute that. Destiny shared sexually intimate images of a woman without her consent. Can you concede to that?
Yeah, I can concede to that. Sure.
Okay, and you agree that people who share sexually intimate images without consent should be charged with a crime.
Depends on the circumstances.
You've just shifted it. So you can't, I'll never be able to argue. I'll never be able to get you to the position where you're willing to admit it because you constantly, it's literally, your positions change so long as it benefits Destiny. You're literally in a cult. You're in a cult.
You're the one using colloquial definitions for criminal.
You're in a cult. You people are insane,
You're the one using colloquial jurisdictions.
Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else? Anything to dispute me on?
You have not described intent, you fucking retard. You have not described intent. That is what I have. You haven't described the intent of what you're describing.
Okay, what intent didn't I describe?
And you didn't know this account. You didn't know anything about this account. You didn't know anything about this Mr. Curvo account. You even conceded about this shit. You're in a
Wait, you're now going back to the account?
Yourself.
That was a completely separate argument. I literally said to you exactly, I agree what they did was reckless.
Sure.
I agree they had minimal justification for their investigation.
And you're telling
I
me
just saw no problem. I'll even tell you, somebody showed me proof. Somebody showed me proof that Shamu docs, and I immediately conceded Shamu docs, right? because you proved
And
the
you
action.
would agree that him saying, I don't know what this tool, him denying that he had a knowledge of that tool after he was in a doxing group for fucking, what, 3 years? He didn't know what that tool was, and he didn't bother to look at it. He had no
That's
knowledge of
completely
it.
plausible. There are a million OSINT tools. Wait, do you think if you know what like do you think if you know what Google is, you're like supposed to know what's I don't know what's a fucking hyper obscure like search engine? Like that doesn't mean
think
that doesn't
someone
mean you
that posts
know.
rape doxes is not going to have knowledge of this shit? Give me a fucking break, dude.
These
Give me
are
a fucking.
wait,
You're in a cult.
These
You're
are
in a cult.
wait,
You're in a cult.
hold on.
You're in a cult.
You admit.
You're in a cult.
Wait. So then Destiny's assertion. So that okay. So if people who dox have knowledge of things like these, you admitted that Queeman didn't know what he was talking about and went on stream and defended this tool despite not knowing what it was about.
He's either a fucking liar or he's so retarded
if you dox, you know what these tools are apparently. Destiny's asserted that Queeman's been involved, right? So if he didn't know what the tool was and made a mistake, which you and Destiny used against him, then he couldn't have doxed, could he? If all doxers know about this tool.
When did I say that Queeman had made a mistake? I said that he was too. I could buy the idea that he's too stupid to do it.
Anyone can
He
rewind.
seems like a
Are you
stupid
going to
person.
deny it? Are you going to deny it?
I am going to deny it. Yes, I am going to deny it because in this case, when you're talking about Queeman, you're talking about fucking Queeman in this case. Queeman changed his story 3 times. He's either so fucking retarded that no one should ever trust him on a single point ever again.
Retarded
or
implies what? Retarded would imply what? That he doesn't know what he's talking about.
That he talks out of his fucking ass, and he has a
sure.
totally different standard
So if
for
that,
other people.
Sure.
For other people.
Sure. So if he doesn't know what he's talking about, and all doxers know about this doxing tool, and if he doesn't know about this doxing tool, then how can he be involved in doxing?
Oh my God, you're trying to hammer me on this fucking point. Aiden,
I hammer you on every point.
I'm saying it's a possibility. You hang me at every point. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You didn't know what this Twitter account was, and you're out here defending these guys. They're running a doxing tool on a fucking 8-follower account. And you conceded that it's not a good enough reason to do an investigation on an 8-follower account.
Okay, so you lost.
Two people
you lost on the new argument.
that experienced.
You lost on the new argument, so you want to pivot back to the argument that we've already been through, correct?
We can go back to it, sure. Okay.
Well, I'm asking you. It seems like that's what you're about to do.
I am going to pivot to it because you have a different standard of evidence for the people that you associate with than you do for Destiny. Yes.
I don't think that's true.
Let's say that Destiny. Let me just run through this.
If Nick Andros said, wait, hold on. If Nick Andros said, I ran that tool, I got personally identifying information, and I went and published it, I would tell you right now, if he admitted to that, he docs 150%.
But he has to say it explicitly. It can't be anything
the burden
around
for Destiny,
it. He has to.
The burden for my assertion with Destiny.
Right?
That's not
the only level of proof you accept.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
You just did you did what Destiny did. You did composition. Just because I would accept it here does not mean that is the only thing entirely that I would accept. Right? That would be a valid way to accept it. You're doing the comparison to my burden of proof for Destiny, and I've argued for Destiny's crime.
Why did you lead with that example then?
Because
why did you lead with that example then?
Because I'm explaining to you why. You were drawing the comparison to my burden for Destiny. My burden for Destiny, the way I proved that he did X thing and described him as such, which you dispute, was that he admitted to the crime. Right? So in this case, I led with that example. Okay, you've admitted
a colloquial crime.
So we're
in
gonna
another
loop.
jurisdiction.
We're gonna loop back. We're gonna go on this forever because you just keep changing to defend what he's doing.
Let me give you an example.
All right, and
Destiny
then
admitted that he was
make
a
it short.
rapist,
I got someone else trying to call in.
All
We've been
right,
on this for like over an hour.
Let's say that he admitted to raping one time, and then there was another accusation 3 years later that Destiny raped somebody. He explicitly said, "I raped somebody." Would it really be that much of a leap based upon like a preponderance of evidence to say that he raped somebody? Would it really be that much of a leap?
You could say that he raped somebody. You could say that he raped somebody because he raped somebody in the first example you gave, right? And the second example was just an allegation. Then no. If he admits to that allegation, if he says person number 2, if he says
there's a preponderance,
yeah,
I didn't just say it was an allegation.
So if he says
evidence.
Okay.
I said there
it depends. You agreed that evidence. Okay, what is the evidence? Because the evidence could be if Destiny was in the same major city as the second person he's accused of raping.
Do you think that that's what I'm talking about when they're talking about
I
posting
thought we're being
OSINT
precise.
tools and
I thought we were
saying
being
running the
precise.
tool?
Are you talking about proof or are you talking about evidence? I
Oh
don't
my
know.
God.
What are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
God.
I thought we were being
I mean,
precise.
that is the standard that you're asking for. You want Nick Andros to come out there and admit, yes, I fucking
No, I
doxed
only
this person.
used that example because you said I was holding him to a different standard than I held Destiny
You
to.
are.
And I gave you
You
the
are
standard
holding
that
a
I held
different
Destiny
standard.
to. I believe that I can take someone admitting to doing something, I'd be fine to assert they did the thing they just admitted to, right? So if Nick Andros admitted to doing the thing he's being accused of, just like I do for Destiny, I would do it for Nick Andros. It's completely consistent.
If Pixie loses her civil case, would that change your stance at all, or no?
No. What does that have to do with anything?
Okay. Okay. No, I'm just curious. I'm just saying in this instance, okay?
The only way for me to
If
change my
yes-
position was if it came out that she consented to him sharing those images.
She did do that. She consented to sharing it with his wife.
Okay. So do you think, okay, so do you ever have people over at your house? Do you ever have people over at your
I'll let you
house?
finish. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Some of you guys are just like probably basement dwellers. Okay, does that mean you're okay letting
do pretty well, my
everyone
friend.
in your house? Is the implication that since you let people in your house, can I just go walk into your house?
I reject the analogy
Why?
because I don't think it's applicable and I don't think it works. She doesn't know
Because-
who his wife is. She's never met his wife and her
But she
entire
knows
life.
him, and she could
She's-
probably trust
Okay.
that a guy in an intimate relationship, or a guy who, if she's his wife, she's probably not.
She never met him. What are you talking about? They never even met in real life. They only talked online.
Extensively, right?
Oh, extensively. Like Rose?
That was 10 days. He knew Rose before he shared that image, by the way.
And it was about that time when
You
they
think
started
10 days is
sexting.
extensive?
Pixie fucking started sexting him within 10 days, bro.
We're talking about the images. Okay,
I'm
you
pretty
clearly
sure that she sent images
I'm
within
not
that amount
moving
of
you
time,
on
my
this.
friend.
There's nothing I can give you that's gonna move you on this. I appreciate you coming in here and being willing to talk. I think
Yeah,
I
see you
think
later.
I've proven my point to anyone that isn't in the cult. Thank you.
Whatever, man.
All right, the magician. I see you in callers. I'm about to have you in. Hold on. Yo, magician. Thank you for calling in. I just gotta go pee really quick. I appreciate you being willing to call into debate. Can you give me like 2 seconds?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
All right, I'll be right back. Guys, I'll be right back. I just gotta piss. I'll be right back. Yo, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, I took long and I had to go get a cup of coffee.
No
How's it
problem.
go-
As long as you wash your hands.
I
it's
did.
all
I did wash my hands. Did wash my hands.
perfect. I
How's it
never
going?
do. I just let it wave out.
Oh.
No, I'm good. It's first time phoning in any debate stream, so you're breaking my V card here today. Yeah, so obviously a lot was talked about with the last caller. If I'm honest, I'm not exactly sure what the topic of the debate is, but I'd love to wrap up a little bit about that last conversation just at the end there, and then move on and kind of soft reset if that's okay with you.
Yeah, no worries. Yep.
Yeah, so I think you briefly mentioned that you wouldn't necessarily, if Pixie lost the case, change your mind. I'm just wondering a little bit more on that, only because obviously a big part of that court case is about the implied permission and whether or not Destiny had any form of implied permission, and the court would be ruling on more than a 50% chance or less than a 50% chance. Why wouldn't that change your stance at the moment?
Okay, so I'm admittedly super ignorant with civil court, but is it not true that even if the fact that he shared those images without her consent is accepted, if she loses, that doesn't have to, like, she can still lose and that be true, right?
I mean, I would say yes, generally, just because court can sometimes be a bit tricky. And obviously, there is a bit of advantage for someone who has more money. But generally, in a good faith and perfect world, it should be, if that is the charge and what he would be sued for, and he is seen by the court to be more than 50% liable, he would have to pay out. I mean, not 50% liable, but 50% like true, if that makes sense.
Sure. So if let's say a scenario, because once again, I'm admittedly ignorant about civil proceedings. I know more about criminal law. If there's a world, which I think is this one, I could be wrong. I don't know if we got any lawyers in chat, where a court is able to establish the fact that consent wasn't given for sharing these like sexually intimate images, but they maybe don't agree to the judgment, or they don't agree to the amount being asked for, or et cetera, et cetera. So long as that fact doesn't change, then her winning or not wouldn't really change, right? It's my claim is that he shared sexually intimate images of a woman without her consent. So if a court finds that there's reason to dispute that fact, and I look at their reasoning for doing so, then I myself can make a judgment that, okay, it doesn't seem like he shared this without her consent, which would then affect my decision, not just by her winning or not, right? It depends on if the fact changes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that I am not an American legal expert either. You might be able to tell from my accent and maybe bad mic that I'm actually from England. I'm actually sitting in my garden, right?
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
But I am a weird, like, goblin. I love watching American court cases on TV. I watch the whole of Amber Heard, for example. Typically, the main difference between a civil and criminal court case, and hopefully if there's a lawyer in your chat, they can correct me instantly, is essentially with a criminal case, you have to be, it has to be viewed as 100% likely that you did it, proven beyond all reasonable doubt. But with a civil case, it's over 50%. So, for example, the Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp, that only had to be proven beyond a 50%. And if it's not a case of, as well, like, say, if I sued for 10 million, it's not a case of, if you aren't justified by the court to get 10 million, they just go, no, that's it, you don't get anything. They would award damages equal to what they believe those costs are worth.
So correct me if I'm wrong. If you're you'd be suing for example, like if we agree on like a fact that a given act occurred, the suit wouldn't be based on, like, the suit would be based, you're suing for maybe emotional damages as a result of that act. Or I don't remember exactly what her pretense for suing is, but wouldn't the 50% go to if she could establish that there were emotional damages, or not the act in of itself? That would be like more criminal court logic.
Well, that would be a separate part of it. So you have to prove in the court case that he actually did it or is likely to have done it. But also, it's a separate part when you're justifying the cost or how much you're suing for. So you could maybe justify that, for example, let's just say in a made-up world, you found me on the street and you just started beating the hell out of me, just physically, crazily just started wailing on me. I might be able to prove beyond all reasonable doubt with CCTV cameras that you did do that. But then what I show as how much I'm suing for in terms of damages to you, that is a separate form that I have to do. For example, if I went to psychology because I was scared of walking out, I became a bit of an agoraphobic, I could use that as evidence to the psychological damage that you caused me. But they're two separate things.
Yes. But if the claim that I need to accept is whether or not you beat someone up, the CCTV footage would determine that for me, not whether or not a court rules in favor of what you're suing for, right? If the assertion is that you beat someone up, I'm asserting that Destiny shared sexually intimate images without the consent of the person, the subject of those images. So regardless of what the court finds, and we admittedly don't know a whole lot about civil courts, if that fact doesn't change with available evidence brought in that trial, then that's not going to affect my decision.
Oh, cool. Sorry. I thought what you were saying was you wasn't too sure if the emotional damages is something she has to prove towards. So that's what I was explaining. In that case, because I think the crux of this court case that's going on now is all about whether there was any implied permission to share it. And that's what the whole court case is currently about. So when I'm talking about that 50% likely or not likely, that's what the court is trying to decide.
Well, yeah,
now.
and then I could review the evidence myself and then make my own judgment. I've disagreed with court decisions before, right? I don't need the court to tell me whether or not it occurred. I can listen to his arguments and determine if they're sound and valid. And the arguments that I've heard as to where that implied consent existed don't seem to be either, right?
Okay, no, I think that's fair. I think most people disagree with a certain Simpson court case, so I won't push too hard on that. In that case, if it came out as that he isn't liable for the damages, would you research more into the court cases and testimonies at that point?
Yeah.
Or would you still leave
Yes,
it? Okay.
I'd love to know why a court didn't rule. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, fair. In that case, with the same court case, would you hold, because I think in the previous call, and I can tell that it got a bit heated at the end, so if you want to reiterate anything you said, understandable. I'm trying to do this as good faith as I can. I view myself as like a soft DGGer, if that makes sense, because he's always criticizing the English as well. So
yeah, and just so I can make something clear to you, I don't blame you or impugn your character for being a fan. I myself was a fan of his once, and I agree that he's a talented individual that is good at rhetoric, that has advocated for political positions that I happen to agree with. But I also understand that these things don't negate the bad actions that he's perpetrated, and I can't, due to my... I liked him because he said things that were consistent with my values, but he's done things that are inconsistent with my values, and I can't in good conscience continue to support someone like that when they're seemingly unrepentant and continuing to perpetrate bad acts. I'm telling you, you can like his politics, you can like his rhetoric, but you don't need to defend the things he's doing.
Okay, cool. I mean, I'm pretty much going to say that same thing in a minute, but we'll loop round there. If I forget, I will go back, because at the same time, like for me, I really like his debates. I think he's really good at showing up certain people in debates. But at the same time, if you ever hear him talk about movies or relationships, it gets really cringy, and I just need to, I just turn off stream and go somewhere else at that point. But yeah, you mentioned that you viewed what Destiny did as like a criminal activity because he's sharing without consent. Do you view Pixie sharing it without consent to her ex-boyfriend as well as a criminal activity?
I'd have to look into that. I don't know. If it could be, if she didn't have, if there was no consent, yeah, sure.
So yes, so far in the courts, Destiny is saying that she didn't have consent. The opposition is, of course, saying there's implied permission as well, which I think both sides are doing.
But I'd say she'd have a greater case for implied permission, because the argument here is that he shared it with his wife and she shared it with her. He was her boyfriend at the time, correct? He's now her ex.
So I'll be honest, I've been mainly looking at the court case, and in the court case, it refers to X. So it could have been at the time. I wouldn't be able to say that part for certain.
Sure. So I'd say there's a greater argument for implied consent if he's willing and demonstrating willingness to share these videos with somebody that's in a given like social proximity to him, somebody he's in an intimate relationship with. That establishes that he's okay with the sharing of that with. I'd say you always get explicit permission for shit like that. The whole implied consent thing, I think, is ridiculous. But I think she would have a much greater argument for it because she's sharing it with somebody that she is in, that would be an equal like social standing and closeness.
Okay. Just so we get both sides, and again, I wouldn't hold you on this position later. It's just just so we can be clear. If it did turn out it was an ex-boyfriend and not a current boyfriend, would you still hold that same stance, or would you change it a little bit?
Depends on why he's her ex. If all the factors of why she was originally dating him are the same, she still thinks he's a great guy, loves him, etc. I'd say like that trust and those values are still existing, right?
Do you still think the same level of implied consent would go as if it was the boyfriend?
If it was her present boyfriend, I think that if it was her ex, I'd say the implied consent argument diminishes more, but I think it would still be far greater implied if this is somebody that she was once intimate with and deeply knows and trusts. I think that she'd have a far greater ability to argue implication.
Great. I love that you're being consistent with this so far, which is great. What about the person who posted it onto Kiwi Farms?
Fuck that guy. That guy also is a horrible person.
Yeah, because I think that was like a big talking point that was used for a long
yes,
time.
He's a criminal. He should be charged with a crime as well. I agree.
Perfect. I think we can both agree like on that straight away on that point. I think with both these people, I think I'm kind of holding out to how it goes further into court. But I think you can understand why I'm in that point at the moment. But I think you can understand where I'm at the same time. So I think we both are on a similar playing part there.
Yes, yeah. But I have to ask you this. Kind of turn your question from me back on you here a little bit.
I was literally about to encourage you to do the same.
Yeah. So if the court case rules, or the question here would be, if the court case's ruling does not change the established fact that these were shared, like let's say all the facts that are known to us right now remain the same.
Yeah.
Would your position change? Would your position be that he shared sexually intimate images of a woman without her consent? If all the facts we know now remain the same, regardless of how the court rules.
So I think first I need to show what my current stance is. I think it's cringe to share sexual images with people, especially if you're not really asking for that permission.
I agree, but I think it's criminal when you start sharing those around of other people without their permission. I think that goes from like cringe and like stupid to you're like doing something really bad here that you should face like legal consequences for.
Okay, yeah, then let's say that, because I don't think it really changes where I'm at the moment. But yeah, let's say it's criminal. I think, yeah, it stances on towards criminality at that point. I do think we are to the point where before this was going into court, I would very much just like, yeah, whatever, can't be bothered to watch Destiny anymore because that's like insane. So I'm trying to be careful not to swear because I don't know if swear is allowed on your stream.
No, you're allowed to swear. I said you're allowed to.
Oh fuck yeah, of course. Yeah, because I thought that was like fucking cringe. So I was just blocking it out, and then I was seeing like the court cases come, and there was arguments about implied permission, and the other side was using implied permission as well. So it seemed both of them were using implied permission in order to justify why they were sharing it to different third parties. So at the moment, it seemed like there seems to be some kind of and we're litigating this now in court, some kind of implied consent was given to each other, but there's argumentations about what side gave what as form of consent. If the court rules against Destiny, then you wouldn't see me go on Twitter, or you wouldn't see me go on stream again saying, okay, yes, he's a free person and I disagree with the court. I would be saying, yeah, he's a criminal and he should be being charged more.
Okay, but let's say, regardless of the court ruling, we've heard his argument. Let's say everything we know right now is exactly the same. There are no new revelations, and the court rules in his favor. Would you still think that?
If the court rules in his favor, I would. Because I think it keeps pretty much the stance where I'm at, where it seemed like there was some weird permission structure between the two of them that's not explicitly clear that caused both of them to share.
Yeah, but let's say
images.
But it's been explained to. I don't know if you've heard the art, but it's been explained why he thinks that the consent was implied, and I guess why she would. Right? We've heard that. We've heard their argument. Let's say those arguments remain the same. Would you agree that just because somebody is willing to so both of them, we know for both of them is they've both shared it with people that they trusted or loved enough to be in an intimate relationship with at one point. It's unclear as to whether or not she was present to me right now. I'm sure it's clear. It's been specified somewhere else that, you know, whether she was with the boyfriend at the time, but they both shared it with somebody that they trusted and loved enough to be in a committed relationship to at one point. The willingness to do that, do you think that implies that she would be okay with that being shared with another girl that Destiny knew for 10 days?
See, I think the problem is I just don't know what was said in terms of this implication.
Okay, assuming everything I've said is all, assuming all the facts I just laid out are exactly what happened, right? Do you think that in and of itself implies consent to share that with a girl Destiny's known for 10 days?
I mean, that would have to go with the caveat that I'm trusting what you say in terms of
so if you trust what I say, so if you trust what I say, would that be implied consent?
I'm going to say yes to what you're saying, but that has got the caveat of the implied consent was to only give it to people that you trust and love. And I think that is an important part of the discussion at the same time as well. And I think that's where it gets a little bit messy. Do you see what I'm saying?
I guess sort of. I just would kind of dispute. I don't think that in and of itself like I think it's very evident that like if that's why you think the consent was implied, I think there was not enough for consent to be implied. Not you, I'm saying in general. No, not you specifically. I'm saying in general.
Yeah. I will say though, like the one thing I will say is even if it's not proven as like as he did a criminal activity, let's say that even though it's like a civil case, like just for ease of language, to say if it's not proven that he did a criminal activity, I'll still say it's a highly immoral activity.
Got it. Okay.
Like to the point where I flat out dismiss anything that Destiny says about relationship advice or how to attract women or anything like that. I just fucking ignore myself.
Do you agree? Okay. Do you agree that, okay, so that immoral act, let's say you agree that this immoral act occurred, do you think that an immoral act like that should, like, do you think charging that as a crime in certain jurisdictions is justifiable? Like, you're okay with that being charged as a crime?
I would be. If Pixie believed she had enough evidence to go to a criminal court to try and charge it, then yeah, 100%.
Cool. That's awesome. So, yeah, so I don't really know where we disagree here.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know where we disagree as well. That's why I wanted to wrap up that conversation before we went on to the next bit, which I think was where more of our disagreements would come to light. But I kind of more wanted to show that I am trying to engage in this in good faith as well, because I know the last conversation got a bit heated. So,
yeah, no, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Yeah.
Because I think all I see of you mainly is like snippets on Twitter and stuff like that. So I don't think I ever get a fair viewing of your viewpoints, if that makes sense as well.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, I appreciate you clarifying it with me.
No, thank you. I think this is where we'll more get on disagreement. So I think the closest I've come to a full internet goblin, like I'm sitting in my garden right now just to make sure I'm touching grass during this conversation, is I see this argument, and for easeability, I'm just going to use the word snarkers because that I think is the kind of common verbology being used. I don't think that's a word, but that's a common word being used at the moment. If you prefer me to use a different word, just let me know. But this kind of argument between Destiny and his side and the snarkers, the part that I'm struggling the most with taking the snarker side seriously is no one seems to be calling out Doobie in particular. And I think, I will stand and go, yeah, at the very least, even though we might have small differences on whether or not, me or you, how far we would push Destiny away, considering how this court case ends, I think one of the things that's frustrating is to hear how much we should distance ourselves from Destiny or call Destiny a criminal when we're seeing Doobie admitting to very weird and strange activities on the face at the same time as well.
So I don't know anything. I got to be honest with you. I don't know shit about Doobie, or I know that he runs the politics server, and I was in a Prime Case panel that he was like a frog. He looked like he was like a frog on once, but other than that, I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I saw something briefly that suggested that because weren't they calling him a pedophile? And like the only thing I saw was that there is a minor's role in the politics server, which I have, despite not being a minor. So I have my own disputes with that role. That's like that's all I saw. Am I missing something?
Yeah, so I'm on my, as I said, I'm on my phone, I'm in the garden. I will run through some stuff. It's okay if you disagree. I will say sometimes if you can just take what I say with face value and just answer it, feel free to, but I don't want to push you on that sense. But a lot of this stuff is, of course, you'll see both sides, the Snarks and Destiny side, just posting screenshots and videos all the time. So I'm sure if you haven't heard of it yet, you're going to come across it eventually. But yeah, so we'll start with the minor roles. He does have like a minor tag in his Discord, but he allows them to like mix and mingle the others. He says he's very much okay with talking about sex with the minors, which, to be honest, I can see in some situations okay, but generally I would be uncomfortable talking to, example, someone else's 14-year-old about sex or anal sex.
150%. I agree that. Well. I agree that's reckless.
Yeah. But also there's a video going around with him in a live chat. It's about 5 minutes long. So I think some people on Twitter just saw 5 minutes and went, yeah, fuck that, I'm not doing that. But he talks about the fact that he views pedophilia as something that you could potentially be born with, which I don't know if some people disagree with or agree with. I think that doesn't matter necessarily, but his thing is he is fine with people that are born with pedophilia who are trying to treat it to be in his server with the minors and potentially talk about, and he says he's got friends who are pedophiles that he would be happy to be in the server as well. And I think that's when the start of the behavior becomes a bit weird at that point.
Yeah, it sounds like this guy's like a debate bro autist. I could hear somebody making that argument to me when I was in debate bro circle, because what they would say to you is, and I don't agree with this, I think you should prohibit all minors from your server. I don't think that I don't think minors should even be on Discord. It's proven itself to just not be a website that can be entrusted with their safety. But regardless, back when I was like really in the hyper autistic debate bro space, what they would argue is if they're pedophiles that are like getting treatment, then they're non-offending or whatever. And if they're non-offending, then how are they going to hurt the kids that are in the server? And it's like, we know that that's really dumb. That's like a stupid argument. But the debate bro, the hyper debate bro making that argument, I wouldn't necessarily call him a pedophile for making it. I'd call him a fucking idiot.
Yeah, like for me, it's like, hey, I've got a friend who is an alcoholic and he's been sober for 3 weeks now. I'm going to invite him to my frat party with a bunch of alcohol. It just feels
naive, maybe reckless, stupid, fucking irresponsible for sure. If that's what happened here, I haven't heard him say this, but if I'm just taking you at your word for this. If that's what he said, then yeah, I can agree. He's naive, stupid, right, but not a pedophile.
Fair enough. I'm going to add another layer onto that. I think these are the more common accusations you'll see of him. But he has admitted to making copies of CSAM on his like computer, and I think the adding
was that
additional
the images
copies
of Rose?
No. So basically, I'm going to paraphrase what he said. If he comes in, he wants to correct the record or he wants to put it on Twitter. I've argued with him a few times on Twitter just about this. Like, for me, it's not about me versus Narcus. It's me versus Doobie, to be fair, most of the time. But for him, he claims that there's a lot of pedophiles that will come onto his server that will go to minors and like DM them and try and elicit material out of them. And Doobie will then create copies of that CSAM and send it to the FBI, as he's claimed. The issue I have with that is making additional copies feels weird because you shouldn't have to. And as far as I'm aware, that's an illegal activity. But he's a Discord mod of one of the largest political servers. I don't understand why he doesn't use the report feature, which Discord will save those images onto an internal server and then be able to report it to the proper authorities themselves. There's no reason for him to even make the first copy or the first screenshot.
For sure.
And
that's really
then
stupid.
when you
and like
and then when you add that to the idea of him still being allowing to have minor roles and then tagging the minors when his Discord seems to have a pedophile problem, that just
Tagging
adds
them.
up to
I have
really
that role. I
weird
don't
stuff.
remember being specifically tagged. What did he tag them? Oh, giving them the role. You mean? Sorry, my bad. You meant giving them the role.
Yeah.
It seems
Yeah, like-
it's well. What is his express intent with that role? Because I would imagine that their justification for it. This is a huge server. I'd imagine their justification for it is not like just so you can have a pool of miners. It would probably be so users can exercise discretion when they're talking. They'd know there's a miner there. When I was given that role, and the reason I know I have this role and fucking hate it is because when I joined VCs in the politics server to go and debate people, people wouldn't talk to me. People wouldn't want to talk to me. They tell me to leave VC. They would tell me to leave VC. They're talking about something that miners can't be. I'm pretty sure, I could be off about this. I'm pretty sure I once got removed from a debate by an admin because I had that role. I've tried to get it taken off. I never have.
Okay. Oh, do you still have it today?
I think so. Yeah, I'd have to check. I just rejoined the server.
So his first justification, from what I remember, and Chad can correct me if I'm wrong, is it was mainly because he said he doesn't want people accidentally flirting with people with the minor roles. Which I feel like, again, if you allow flirting and
you should,
talking with each other,
you're
in
gonna
that
find
way,
you're gonna find no disagreement from me about whether or not this should be happening, right? You're gonna find no disagreement. I think it's incredibly reckless to do that, right? For sure. I think all miners should be banned from that server.
Cool. In that case, I don't think we have much disagreement now. Because for me, that was the frustrating thing, hearing quotation snarkers talk about this, and I would question them about Doobie, and they would all justify it and defend it. In that case, then, if you haven't done,
why do you think he's being called like a straight up pedophile though, and like they're going through like all these things you're bringing up indicate like somebody that's naive, right, or reckless, or like too fucking hyper in the debate, bro, fucking politics or whatever, right? Sure, but why do you think they're digging all of these like examples up to try to pin, and then just accusing him of being a pedophile? Do you not think there's like a motive to that?
I think, in short, the motive is they're like, one side is calling Destiny a pedophile, and the other side is basically going, but look at all this stuff. You're literally making copies of CSAM. So we're going to call you a pedophile back. I think I
personally wouldn't. Yeah, I personally have not called him a pedophile. I haven't seen anything. I've seen shit that like where like it looks really bad. But I haven't seen anything where I'd feel comfortable debating that he is like a pedophile, right?
Yeah, well, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying like the other snarkers, and I think that's what's causing like the DGG soldiers to start labeling him as well. Because it's like, if you're labeling our side, we're going to label your side.
Did Doobie call him a pedophile?
I think he did in a recent tweet, actually. I think he at least said you jack off to minors. I think he said, if I remember verbatim.
Out of curiosity, how long have you been watching, man? Or did you just start watching because of this Destiny ship?
I'll be honest, the first time I heard about you was on that Wick TV.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to be as good faith as possible. I didn't want to assume positions that you had, and I wanted to talk about it instead.
Have you seen something that would lead you to believe if I get angry, I'd be capable of murdering somebody? It's a weird question.
Not currently.
Not presently. No, you saw me get really mad back there. No. But for the most part, I'm able to show. Do you think I'm able to demonstrate in moments of anger enough restraint to not go and, like, for example, the guy that I wasn't so mad I was telling everyone in chat to go do something or whatever, right? Because I demonstrate that restraint. I don't have this unreasonable anger for people online where I think they should be justifiable targets of harm. However, there was a clip that got posted by an account that literally just wants to smear me, of me while I was drunk making edgy comments in a VC, jokes in a VC, for the sake of shock humor. And this server, IC chat, is a server is a chat that's specifically intended for like shock humor, edginess, shit that just would be unappealing to normies, that like normal people will look at and be like, oh, I don't like jokes like that. I'm not. Somebody recorded a VC of that without my knowledge while I was drunk, of me making jokes like that, and DGG is unironically asserting that I said those, denoting my intent to go murder somebody. So it seems like they will literally find any tenuous reason to smear people with the worst label possible. I've never called Destiny a pedophile. I've just said that he shared sexually intimate images. I haven't used the shovel thing against him. I don't think Destiny actually wanted to someone to get raped to death with a shovel just because he said it, right? Because I understand the edginess of the online space, and so do they. Yeah. The point is, they will take little pieces of evidence that like might sort of indicate something, and then put it all together in aggregation, and then assert the most bad faith interpretation possible just for the sake of smearing critics.
Yeah. And I don't want to say this next part in an effort to try and downplay what you're saying. I'm not meaning it to downplay, but I think you can see that I'm trying to try and listen to your argument enough that I think you know at this point I'm not trying to do that. I think it's unfortunately a really shitty part of the internet at the moment is you get two sides and they only view each other as monsters, and because of that, everything they do is taken in the most bad faith, crazy like way possible.
But principled people don't do that. Principled people don't do that. That's, that's why I don't call him a pedophile, because I abide by my principles. I'm not going to hold him to a different standard just because I don't like him.
Fair. No, I agree with that. Yeah, so I don't think I've seen that clip myself, but that sounds shitty. And to be honest, if I remember right from Wick's debate, you're quite young. Are you early 20s?
I'm 21 now.
You're 21. If you're going to be edgy in your life, when else better than when you're younger, right? Like, I'm 33, but I'm still edgy sometimes, but more to my public friends. But I have had some Instagram videos where I've just put like a video of me drunk, just going, today's challenge is to find me and to try and fucking kill me. So,
well,
like,
do you, I mean, like, with your close friends, do you guys have like a very niche sense of humor? Have you ever had like a friend group where like you say things that are jokes, for example, where like if I saw it, I wouldn't immediately know it's a joke if I didn't know you?
Oh, 100%. Like, this is going to be, I don't think this goes into TMI, but like me and my friends had like a bit for a while, and most of my friends are females, but we had a thing where it's like, when you get home, just to make sure that you're home safe, like, can you take a picture of like your feet on like the carpet, just so you know where you're actually there, but not like your feet in socks, because that could be anyone, like your actual bare feet.
Yeah,
and so
but it's the joke is you want to see their feet. You don't actually want to see their feet.
Yeah. But I don't actually have a foot fetish, but I'm sure if
somebody took that out of context,
breaking down my logs.
Yes, when you take humor and jokes that are explicitly intended for an in-group that understands that it's a joke and it is analyzed by an out-group, you could paint somebody as the worst thing possible when you're analyzing it in bad faith. It's a dishonest tactic.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, they've done it to me. And I'm seeing what's happening now with Doobie. They're asserting this guy's a pedophile, and it just seems like they're trying to do the same thing, where they take a bunch of things that on the surface, and some of it is like bad, like in the sense it's reckless, right? But they're taking all these things in the attempt to paint a picture that I don't think is substantiated, that he's a pedophile.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, it's just more of the case of, like, I understand there's accusations against Destiny, but they're being litigated in court right now. And of course, there's the very ancient one where he was 15, and I think that was from a different side of internet. They used to talk about, was it jailbait? It was like a very common term at that time. I remember growing up in that situation. I
mean, that's a little weird. I saw that's a little weird, but I haven't even used that against him. I don't even need to go back that far back. Like, I have.
Yeah, but I think at that point in time, especially, there was like, I don't know if you might be too young to have heard of it. If you've heard of something called Pedo Bear.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've heard of it.
That was like all the internet range, and he was like an esports team. So like, this was just like a common humor that a lot of people used. So like that for me is an example of like edgy humor.
To be fair, Medicare grilled him on. To be fair, and I don't even use this because it's so. I don't even need to use it against him, right?
Sure.
But Medicare grilled him on it, and I'm pretty sure he did admit that they were like exchanging the image, and he did legitimately just like think the 15-year-old was hot and shit. Which like just looks bad. It looks pretty bad. It doesn't look like
100%. It looks bad. 100%.
And I'd say you can, if you grilled me and I told you right now that the person I was making those jokes about, I like part of me really did actually want to kill them or whatever, then fair enough, use it against me, right? I just told, but obviously it's like not a 1-to-1 there. He had the opportunity.
Can I ask what it was about? Just so I can have context. I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I was being a fucking, like, obviously, like, I was doing something wrong. Basically, there was this, like, dude online who is engaged in, like, a litany of bad behavior, ranging from emotional abuse to asking minors to film CSEM of themselves, to...
Destiny?
No.
I'm joking,
but I understand it, because all he talks about is my wife, understanding that that's something that, like, gets under his skin or whatever, or he constantly uses, like, about... The joke was about his wife. I was joking about fucking her, and I was joking about killing her, and I was joking about emailing Antifa, like, photos of her in a Trump hat. So they, like, went and, like, fucking whatever, right? Like, that sort of stuff. I never... This woman didn't do anything to me. I had no actual anger against her, and I had no intent to murder her or have sex with her. She's not very attractive, right? But that's besides the point. These were jokes.
I did see this actually. You saying it now is like pot bells. I did see this video now, actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's being asserted as if that was like a factual statement of intent to go and kill somebody.
Yeah. No, I'll trust your word on it. If you're just being edgy, you were drunk.
I have no history of violence. I've literally no history of violence. I've never hit anybody. I've never utilized physical violence in my life, so it's probably unlikely that I'd be capable of murdering somebody. Somebody who hasn't even done anything to me.
You got more years left in you. Maybe next year we'll start a physical fight.
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see some like DGG on the street, and it's like, all right, time. Yeah, like I will just like wrap up with my view at the moment, because I don't think we have that much of disagreement. I think we found more common ground than we have disagreement, which is cool. That's like for a first time calling in and having a debate with any streamer, I'm happy with that. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just a case of it was hard for me to take seriously what some people were saying on Twitter when it seemed like they were holding Destiny to a higher standard than Doobie. And this is more about the people that know who Doobie is, for example, and just didn't want to say any criticism over there, but seemed really focused on that. So for me, it felt like it was a very targeted campaign. But I can understand what you might say if you want to close up as well, because I assume you've got more streams after you.
No,
might have someone else
that's
watching.
it. Thank you for being receptive and talking to me. I just encourage you to just ask yourself if what this guy continues to do conflicts with your moral values, and it's okay to agree with him politically and to think he's good at rhetoric and not support the guy if you think he's actively portraying actions that aren't consistent with your values.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty base.
All right.
Oh, thanks,
Take
man.
care. Okay. I'm being told right now that something is happening, and we're gonna deal with it. I asked Gilded if he would call into my stream, and he messaged me porn. In response, I'm not even kidding. I just asked if he wanted to call into my stream, so he sent me porn in response. Because I guess haha porn. I guess I don't know. It's like, are you fucking like a kid? I'm sorry, I didn't say, I said, oh, is he a kid? I mean, I didn't say fucking a kid. But, apparently he's on Dicker's stream right now. Gilded is the biggest pussy I've ever seen. So for those of you who don't know, in 2023, Gilded Poo made a video on Lio Convoy, where in this video, he does this. And I'll just show it to you right now. I need to lay out the context here. I need to lay out the context for you. This is the clip within his video on Lio. This was a 20,000 view video, and in the description, he has a timestamp marked Mrs. Convoy to denote this section. This is in 2023. All right.
Get to talk about your wife. Here's a photo of her. Actually,
I censored it, by the way.
You know what's really weird about his wife is that she has a very large forehead. Before any of you were like, oh my god, he's showing pictures of his wife, holy shit, I want to make two things very clear. Number one, these were acquired from her Facebook account that is very public. That's on her. Secondly, that Facebook account is associated with Lio's Facebook account. If you actually go through some of his posts, you'll see that she liked some of the posts. So that's completely on her. That is her fault, and it is actually his fault for not ensuring that his wife has no attachment.
By the way, after this was pointed out in this 20,000 view video, her Facebook was never taken down. Lio left it up and then gave more PII out there that pertains to his wife. He gave out their address. He gave out her age. He gave out, well, and you also see it here.
To his account at all. Thirdly, Kumo had already put a picture of his wife on a video and didn't actually even say it was his wife. Lio said it was his wife. Fucking nobody knew it was his wife until Lio acknowledged that it was his wife.
Well, real quick, that leads to one of my questions. Were you the person who put my wife in a video, or was that Kumo?
Oops. All Lio had to do was just pretend that didn't exist. That's all he had to do, but him being a victim, man, it was too hard to pass up. He just couldn't stop himself. Besides that, these pictures are also spammed all over Kiwi Farms. It's just a fucking photo of some...
So what this is, and this is important for later, This is a picture of a Kiwi Farms thread, a picture from the thread that shows another picture with her Facebook profile displayed. Now you can't, it's low res, I think, so you can't actually see the profile or like the text in the profile, but he tells everyone where to find it. And if you were to click on this and go there, you'd see her Facebook profile, which has her place of employment listed and her full legal name. Any of the information that he's providing in this video, all these photos, reverse image search, it brought you right to her Facebook, right? If someone had done that, which you do not do that. This had been pointed out, that this was up and everything. He used this against him. The Facebook account never got taken down. It was never amended after it had been pointed out that Lio, through his negligence, had established this link to his wife, right? This was pointed out in a 20,000 view video by Gilded Poo, right? And I even think that this is obviously like a super bad case of spreading a dox. Now, in this instance, let me be clear what I did. What I'm alleged to have done, and I dispute this, by the way. I dispute that I shared her place of employment, but let's just accept that I did. Let's accept that I shared her place of employment, which I don't accept, right? We'll accept that, because I don't even need to accept it, right? Let's say I shared her face, which I did. I did do that, and I shouldn't have done that. In Icy Chat, which was a locked, invite-only Discord chat that had maybe one leak a month max at that point in time. And leaks were moderated, contrary to a lie that was sold at the time. And then I said her name. This was not okay. This was totally inappropriate. There's no reason somebody's wife is relevant to a drama, and I don't stand by my behavior during that whatsoever. I was being a drunken retard, trying to be an edgelord and performative in an edgy fucking chat or whatever, and that's retarded. Do not get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But, if you look here, the takeaway at the time was that I was the one that had originated this woman's info, even though this video came out years before I even knew who Lio Convoy was. This was all accessible on multiple websites now. Troll accounts were being created in Lio's wife's name. Troll accounts that are all still up. Lio isn't privacy struck any of them. And Lio's friends with Gilded after he did this. And yesterday on Twitter, Lio was defending what Gilded did. Now, what am I trying to get at here? Hold on. I just want to... The takeaway at the time was that I aggressed against this woman in some way that harmed her, right? Sorry, the takeaway at the time was that I doxed her and I'd perpetrated some wrongdoing against her to the extent... And this wasn't the only place I saw this, by the way. I'm just showing this here. We're going to go over this in a sec. To the point where the takeaway from the ACC, I'm not kidding you, this is not the only person to say this. Let's read it. Which is fucking insane, by the way. The takeaway at the time from people in the ACC was the following. From some, not everyone, obviously. You can't hold like random retards to account for like the views of an entire community. But if you look here, where is it? Fuck me. I heard about Aiden Underground yesterday, but I didn't know what happened until I saw a stream and I got to say what Aiden did was unforgivable. This guy should be in prison and have the key thrown away. Just so we're clear, you can't search what I put in index because my mods took care of it. My mods took care of it. They deleted it, right? Luckily, through my own mistake, they deleted it. You cannot search up any information I posted, but you can search up all the information I posted because it's on multiple websites now. It's been featured in 20,000 view videos. People have been directed to websites that share 20,000 people, half of Yankee Stadium, directed to places that share all of this information. And Lio, when knowing about it, made no efforts to amend it or take it down after this. I posted this in a locked Discord chat. This was all readily available. I didn't make any information available that wasn't already viewed by thousands of people, posted to accessible in search indexes on YouTube and multiple other sites, right? I didn't make any of this available. So whether or not I dispute that that's doxing, just so we're clear. But whether or not you I don't know. Beckett moved on this position. Queeman also moved on this position, which I appreciate. I made this argument to Queeman. I brought this up to Beckett. But the point remains, that what I did was wrong, and I'm not going to sit here and defend it. But it was not this wrong, or as wrong as it was portrayed to be, where I'm some evil person that should be locked away for life, right? Now, the reason all this is coming up again is because Gilded was one of the main people getting on me for the doxing claim. He didn't want me to know, because he never brings it up, that he's the one that put all this information out there, a 20,000 view video. He tried to cover it up, and Beckett never brought it up at the time. Gilded never brought it up at the time. I knew that Lio at the time didn't consider anything about him dox info. He proudly gave this info out, all of it, made no efforts to amend places it was posted and etc. Said he was like an open book or something. If it gave out his address, right? I knew all of this at the time. I just didn't know like the specifics of every single time each piece of info had been posted, where it had been posted, etc. The point is, Gilded was running this time. I had to find out through one of my viewers that Gilded, an associate of Lio's and an associate of Beckett's, I think he was a mod of Beckett's, had actually himself done this to a incredibly, like, much more bad degree. Gilded's about to leave? Fuck me. All right, let me in. Tell Gilded to me. Let's take a look. Hold on. Gilded's on Dicker's stream. I'm just giving you the context here. Let's take a look at this. Where is, where's Dicker's stream?
I'm punishing them by publishing their PII. But that is like with malicious intent. You're seeking to do harm. Right?
Yeah.
Now, the better way to be able to deal with that, in my opinion, would just be, if you've got their personal information and you've got all of this evidence, report it to the police. You make sure that the police like are made aware of it, and hopefully something's done with it. And that person doesn't get harassed unnecessarily.
Or you're trying to fuck with someone. To be clear, the worst thing that Destiny and
I'm punishing
where am I hearing them twice?
Dan have done so far is threaten people with
nope.
No, what? What is this fucking dude? Oh my god, this guy is so dumb. Unironically, he's so fucking stupid.
Swatting and stuff, and also doxing people and or menacing people with their doxing information.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I said that part. Yeah, it's right.
Yes.
He just said threatening at the. You should have led with that.
I don't know. I don't know if Dan or Destiny, to be totally clear, has actually menaced anybody or threatened to swat people. I don't know if that's the case. But yeah, they've menaced people with docs, and they've actively like doxed people. Yeah.
So that's it.
What do you mean that's it? You just agreed that the purpose of doxing is for harassment, and it can lead to swatting. You understand that swatting is kind of impossible without people's dox information. It's like the tool that you need to use.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
But what I'm getting at is that, like, if they were going to do anything with your doxing information, I think I don't. How do I put this? If they were swatting people,
don't raid. Do not raid. Do not go into his chat and spam. Okay, don't do it. I could get unironically fucked for that.
Actively, right? Or going after people, like sending, I don't know, like pizza bombs or sending shit to their home or something. Like something actually like wildly insane.
Let me listen to him talk about me.
Yeah.
And then constantly doxing certain people, and then going on Twitter and republishing those docs. When he threatens to dox people,
I'll eventually find my docs and maybe potentially put a smile
saying about her on
brother war sounds better. Okay, so fuck you. I fixed your guys' stupid tribalist phrase. All right, so I don't care. No more brother wars sounds like way too gay. It's like gayer.
Say no, brother.
This guy never grew out of middle school, and it's like scary because he's fucking he never grew out of middle school. He never got to middle school. He thinks like sending porn is like funny. He thinks saying slurs is like cool and funny or whatever. He's one of those people. He has that immature mindset where he thinks like empathy is gay, caring is gay, when he evidently does give a fuck about a lot of shit. He's such a pussy.
The wars, right? But there's like multiple brothers and there's multiple wars. No brother war doesn't even make sense.
It's all the same shit. Like, look, from the outside perspective, okay? Because, like, again, this is all from an outside point of view. People are just going to lump all of that shit together. They're not going to sit there. Oh, well, this time they were talking about tacos and salads versus this time where they're talking about EHD. Like people are going to segregate these two things. They're just going to see, like with Purple Perry and Aiden, right? Nobody's going to sit there and make autistic distinctions between one point when they were in drama versus another. They're just going to say the Purple Perry and Jew drama.
Sure,
I laugh at Jew jokes. I think Jew jokes Dickers has made some very funny ones, right? That's just not, it's just not funny to just say somebody's Jewish. Like, maybe it's just me. I just don't like think that in and of itself is gonna like evoke a laughter response. No, I'm not saying it's offensive. I'm just saying he thinks saying that is funny in and of itself. It's not.
I don't really know how that relates to the tweet. So my thing
like,
is,
this is like, his humor is not grown out of middle school.
To lay out my position again, is that you're taking this shit way too serious. I think there can sometimes be
not really,
times when you've got like a big creator bearing down on what is ultimately a small community. And it's saying basically, all right, guys, stop fucking wasting your attention on content about the Ricky versus Purple Parry gaming beef. And it's like beefs between shitters that literally fucking means nothing. How about you talk about somebody bearing down on our community? Just go with that, okay? No more brother wars. To play it up, fucking whimsy. Yeah?
I think it sounds really tribalist and gay. Number two, I'm not actually, like, I don't think I'm taking it that seriously. I'm actually accusing everybody else of taking it way too seriously to the point of...
I'm above it all. I'm gilded fat ass. I'm tweeting about it, and I'm simultaneously... This chatter is right. He has to figure out a way to engage in the drama while simultaneously portraying himself as above it. It's so cringe.
Creating cringe phrases that I'm seeing everywhere, by the way. It's not just you in a clip. Secondly, more importantly than that, I don't care about this, like, larger versus smaller creator shit. I think that's gay. I think that's, like, victimizing language. I think...
Oh yeah, he doesn't any form of like caring or empathy or indication of emotion or it's all like he thinks it is cool or to just like throw all that out the window. You know what I mean?
Everybody, no matter the size of their platform.
I'll clarify that because it's not victimizing language. The thing is, okay, in terms of like reputations that people have,
it's directly relevant. It explains why Destiny is able to get away with what he gets away with because he's much bigger and has so many people behind him that are willing to disseminate his lies on his behalf, right? Which is why you should clip. If you haven't clipped that debate or any moments of that debate that you were just watching that I had with the first guy, what the fuck are we doing?
Creators and bigger creators are more able to set the tone for how people remember certain events.
Yeah, they have advantages. Right. Yes, yeah, they have serious advantages. Absolutely. However, your statement initially was he was a bigger creator that says everybody's fair game, and I'm like, well, yeah, everybody's fair game at all times. The moment you create a public
that's
platform.
obviously not fucking true. That's obviously not fucking true.
What's not true?
I mean, literally, you're saying that anybody is fair game, and that's a standard that everybody always has.
The moment that you make a YouTube video, okay, on YouTube, let's say somebody comes at me and they have 3 subscribers. I do not see a distinction between that and somebody with 50 or 100 subscribers or 1,000 subscribers or
fair game for proportionate response. When they say fair game, that's not what they fucking mean. This guy is so dumb. Yeah, they'd be fair game if you wanted to fucking talk about them in response to what they're saying about you. It doesn't necessarily matter that they're a smaller creator. The problem here is that doesn't mean you counter it by lying about them and using your much larger platform as a means of mass dissemination of said lies.
Or 100,000 subscribers. If anything, somebody with a larger platform coming after you should put a smile on your face.
Yeah, okay, it does. When Dan Saltman and Destiny say that me and Aiden are fair game in that debate, what do you think that he meant?
To be fair to Dickers, Dan literally said, Dan himself said we were not fair game. Dan said we weren't fair game, just to be fair.
He probably meant a lot more than what I interpreted from what you were saying.
Yeah. And what do you think I'm harkening back to when I say that these guys have decided we're fair game?
Probably what he was.
Even big people start talking about us, right?
Yeah, but probably what he was implying. However, what you said was he said we are fair game, and he then mentioned the threats that followed. So I was being like I'm being pretty autistic over your phrasing at the moment.
Okay.
Also, I don't think doxing is all that serious, so I want to throw that out there. And nobody's been swatted yet, so I don't know. Is it actually that serious so far?
About that? So Destiny has, and then a few people have had complaints. Although
I know he has swatted people. I know Destiny has swatted people, or at least allegedly.
Okay, so I don't think anybody is alleging that Destiny's been the one swatting people.
Yeah,
right?
okay, so even when he's he still gets it wrong.
Destiny has been swatted himself. He said that
this guy is so incompetent.
On stream. I think he swatted live on stream. And then other people have said that, they've had people contacting their family or job in real life, but...
Dickers was like way too buddy-buddy with this fat ass.
Yeah, I personally haven't seen any evidence for that. But
previously, I don't know about now.
For years, people have alleged that Destiny swatted them, is what I'm saying. But the thing is, though, is what I'm getting at is that in regards to snarkers specifically, like none of the snarkers from what I've seen have been swatted.
Like I say, people have complained that they've had people like contacting their family or mentioning them, but I haven't seen any evidence of it now. So far, that's the reason why you dox somebody. You agree with that, surely?
No. That's a reason.
So you don't care at all. You don't care about about doxing.
Bro, I've been doxxed several times. Like maybe I'm just inoculated. I don't know. But yeah, like
on stream.
No.
Why not?
I mean, the reason I don't want to do it is because, yeah, there is some malicious actor that'll eventually find my dox and maybe potentially might swat me, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that swatting is necessarily the result. There's other things that it could go.
Yeah, but by doxing them, you make that an available option for anyone who wants to utilize it in the future.
You clearly value a degree of anonymity, right? And you clearly don't want to be doxed. You think that you being doxed would be bad, right?
Well, come on. When I say it's not that serious, you do realize I'm not saying it's good, right?
You said earlier you don't care about doxing.
I don't care about doxing to the degree everybody else is taking it. Like, everybody's taking
He literally was look up my name, look up from Gilded Poo, keyword my name, or just Aiden, or Aiden Underground, or fucking look at how hard he was literally, this guy was the hardest out of everyone on that drama. What is he talking about? He now claims in hindsight he was making a hypocrisy point. That's not true. That's not what he was arguing at the time.
Doxing to the extreme of swatting, which I think is insane.
Nobody else is saying that. Nobody's saying that.
Really?
I'm making the argument, or when other people are making the argument.
You just said that swatting is the necessary result of doxing.
No, I didn't. I said that when you're doxing somebody, the anticipated or hoped for, or the reason why you do it, is because that person has got an increased risk of some kind of IRL harassment. Now, it could be swatting, it could be something else, people like contacting their job or contacting their family or something like that. But that's why you dox people, right?
Okay, cool. All of these negative things you're associating with doxing are bad, but the doxing in of itself isn't necessarily the bad thing, right? Because here's the thing, doxing's inevitable.
Yes, it is, because it's like, would it be bad to, if you're living in a bad neighborhood, would it be bad for somebody to destroy the lock on your door and just leave it that way for like weeks? Would that be bad? Even if at the end, nobody necessarily goes and breaks in. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad because you just opened up that risk.
If you're on the platform long enough, you're going to get doxed. It's an inevitability of being online. What the criticism should be is the harassment.
Partially agree with that. I think you should be my philosophy in life is to always prepare for the worst. And you're not necessarily going to be doxed, but you should always be ready for it. You should always be ready for the day it happens to you. You'll watch it happen to everyone around you. It is true that if you're showing your face and your name is known, if you're pissing people off or saying controversial shit, the truth of the matter is, if you plan to grow on your platform, one day you very well might get doxed, right? And you should prepare for that. It's not the expected, it's not the given, but it would be smart to be ready for it if it happened. Have you spoken to your family about that risk? Are they aware, etc.?
Swatting, right? I don't know, pizza bombing.
No. The criticism should be of the doxing because the doxing leads to the harassment. And by the definition of doxing, there has to be no good purpose for it. It's for the purpose of harassment, right? Somebody's going to fuck that person.
Wait, hold on. If I were you, I would pull back on that a bit, right? Because, I mean, there is good utility. I can think of several good reasons to dox somebody.
No. But I'm saying it's wrapped up in the definition of doxing. That there is either no legitimate purpose for spreading around that person's information, or it's for a malicious purpose, right? Let's say that I go back in our DMs right now.
Yeah, I mean, fair. You can see what you're saying is...
You've given me your full name, and now to own you in a debate, I then pull it out. I've got no legitimate purpose for sharing that information. It's not of the public interest, or I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm just doxing you, right? You get what I mean?
Yeah, but could you do all of that in a way that does have positive reasoning for it?
If I was exposing you as a journalistic piece, as a criminal, if I went and got a fucking job at New York Times...
You're gonna get in there? I don't know if I'm invited. I DM Dickers. I literally DM Dickers.
and I discovered that you're running like a fucking, I don't know, a huge Discord.
Hello, ring.
Yeah, yeah.
Ali, I don't know if you were here. I asked Gilded to call in DMs, and he sent me porn in response.
Yeah.
That'd be legit reason, right?
Yeah. So then would it not be doxing at that point?
I did ask. I asked.
That's not really the word we use to describe it now.
I asked stickers. The chat has been saying it. Do not keep saying it in chat. That's fucking brigading. Don't do it. I'm serious. Do not do it. But simultaneously, like, they know. They're aware.
When you're talking about doxing as like a condemned lag, you might refer to it as doxing. As
Everyone in chat has said it. They know I'm watching because all chat was talking about like 2 seconds ago.
I don't know, casual, like in a casual use, but it doesn't really meet the definition of doxing that we usually use now. If you're like digging down to it and being pretty strict with your terms, not technically.
I've DM'd Gilded. I've DM'd Dickers. Chat has said it. What the fuck? Do you want to get a fucking blimp advertising call in on it? They know. They'll add me if they want to.
No.
No, then the phrase ethical doxing just isn't real then.
Not really, no. Or I think you might be pointing to a specific thing, like vegan bacon. We understand that no bacon can be vegan, right? But it hints to a concept that you want to describe.
Mm-hmm. What it sounds like to me is you're using definitions that literally no one else is using, so it gets confusing. So, because like, for example, I'll give you an example, okay? So, I'm not saying you're wrong necessarily. I'm just saying that like, it gets confusing whenever, for example, I made a video on Nerf, who was a groomer, and then, effectively doxed him in the video, and then a bunch of people accused me of doxing from this sphere, and said just because he tried to groom a 12-year-old and tried to meet up with a 12-year-old doesn't mean it's not doxing.
You didn't ask enough. Asking more is just gonna be what does that do? They know that I want in. I'm gonna be in if they want me in. I can't affect that.
See what I'm saying? Like, it's very confusing definitions everybody's using for such an otherwise simple term.
So I just Googled it real quick. So doxing, Google definition, if you look it up, the actual it's like a punitive action, right? This person's done a bad thing, and I'm down with Destiny to be totally clear. When Destiny's going live on, but it's not the going through OSINT tools that people care about, right? It's the publication of the dox information. I mean, you agreed a second ago that doxing is bad and criticizable, and you wouldn't want it done to you. So I'm not really sure what point you're trying to make here.
What I'm trying to make here is that the response to something that, like, nobody's just, how do I put this? The sheer amount of snark in response to that, I think, is, like, insane, right? So you're saying
he's done that makes him, like, I don't know, a matter of public interest?
Or case like the fucking plague is what I do. Even earlier involves me being...
So hey, this guy spoke to me at the time, and he said that he did it. And he said that Beckett was squealing like a little piggy. Would you not feel like, okay, I can get involved for that?
Yeah, if, since Beckett's a friend of mine, yeah, I would.
Okay. So... Okay. So you're not even talking about what would be immoral or moral here.
If I should say,
you're just saying about what you would have an interest in getting involved in.
Also,
I have to get my foot in the door somehow. I don't know. What exactly am I supposed to fucking do? Okay, if somebody doesn't want you in, you can't get in. Okay, Have I not been trying with Parry for like a month?
Also, be further clear on that. I would only also do it if you asked me to. I wouldn't involve myself directly without being asked.
Join Dickers. I can't. I literally fuck my life, dude.
So if Beckett doesn't know that you and I had a conversation where I admitted to raping him in this analogy, you wouldn't come forward to Beckett with that.
I would come forward. I would absolutely bring that up to Beckett. Number one.
Okay, so you wouldn't ask for him. Okay. Nice.
But the first thing I would do is go to Beckett and be like, "Yo, here's this information." If he asked me to testify, yeah, sure, I would.
Wait, no. You realize that you would only get to testify if Beckett approved you testifying, right?
Correct.
So Beckett asking you first doesn't matter at all because Beckett.
Ali, I don't know if you're here. Ali's the only person that's autistically followed my drama as much as I have, so I consult him for. He's our in-house Gilded expert. Do you know what he's saying? He's claiming that doxing is not that big of a deal. He doesn't give a fuck about it. And he's claiming to remain consistent that his argument at the time with me was not even that he thought I doxed. His argument at the time he was making that I was contradicting like a double standard point. That's just a lie. That didn't he was not making a double standard point when he was going at me for that.
Before you be allowed to even give your testimony.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm getting at though is that unless he asked me to, or unless he dragged me into it, right? I wouldn't insert myself into it outside of saying, here are these messages I received from Dickers.
Okay. I mean,
like it's just, but because
okay. I don't know what the fucking line is there. I don't know what the fucking line is. What do you think Jay Stalk is doing or even thinking of doing? He's going to march into the fucking courtroom.
I can tell you.
He's going to have
I can tell you what the line is.
He's going to break the fucking case open, and he's Jay Stalk's going to say, "I've got the logs. Stop the trial. Yes. I've got the." That's not what he's fucking doing. Actually,
if he did that, that would be amazing. But no, the line is that I actually have a friend involved, and it's not just spite of the opposition. That's the difference.
But you admitted earlier that you don't even know the details of this fucking drama.
I actually.
So how do you know if it's fucking spite based?
I mean, well, I mean, if he's not friends with Pixie, okay, and he hates Destiny, what's
why
the conclusion?
Why? Okay, why does he hate Destiny? What was the beginning of their separation?
He's wrong on literally everything. He's wrong on everything. He's wrong when he claims to take a moral position. He's wrong when he pretends like he doesn't have one. He's fucking. By the way, Gooner42, clip the debate, buddy.
Hey, didn't he say?
Thank you, Noonian Star. Just click the call button. It's not the okay, Noonian Star. Why is it that you're always in my chats? You're clearly a fan of me, which I appreciate. Yet on Twitter, you're fucking participating in the dissemination. Or you're not the dissemination. You're part of the group that's accusing me of literally wanting to fucking murder someone. Claiming that what I said in that clip wasn't an edgy joke.
I think I watched a clip recently where he said he told Destiny something, and then Destiny immediately threatened to dox him in response.
No.
I just saw this video the other day.
Why did those guys initially fall out with each other?
Was it over Pixie?
I mean, if you don't know,
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Is it over Pixie?
Okay, you're making assumptions about this shit when you clearly don't know the fucking history. Right?
That's fair.
So you're assuming that Jay Stalk is doing it out of spite.
Look at this, guys. We're loving it. This is the guy, the British guy. I didn't realize this was the same guy. I had said, how much do you want to bet not a single DGGer shows up? I was wrong. He did show up. And now he's saying, to be completely fair to Aiden, I did call it and had a completely fair convo with him and felt he was actually good faith. So sorry for this comment because he was great in this. Keep up the streams at A. I think that was a typo, but base, we love to see it. We love to see it.
And you don't even know why this guy's originally fucking fell out. Before the recent stuff, did you have any idea who Jay Stalk was? Did you know about him like a couple years ago when he was still a Destiny officer?
Yeah, I knew about him a couple years ago, yeah. I didn't follow him, no, but I knew of him.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Jay Stalk was at least sympathetic towards Destiny. His career
and cringe. She played herself. Don't care.
Fair enough. I don't know what to tell you. I genuinely don't know what to tell you, man. It's just like you've decided to take the position where you're a total nihilist.
Ask him why he's running from me. Ask him why he's running from you. The big sweep is on.
And then you're criticizing people who aren't, nihilists. People who are like maybe like socialized as children, had happy childhoods, was able to like form connections and understand how other people might be feeling, and maybe your heart moves when other people are sad.
I had a great childhood. I watched South Park, season 1, episode 1. Oh, dude, it was awesome. But no, the thing is that, like, in my viewpoint, the moment that you start feeling sympathetic for people that have no association with you or minimal association with you, people you're not.
Okay, right. Okay.
I said, or people that you're not friends with, right? I think that's where you're taking it too far. These are just people on the internet.
Are they gonna fucking add me or not?
They're just randos. Pixie's just a handle on a Twitter account.
Okay.
So yeah, in my viewpoint, you say I'm taking this too seriously.
This guy's so dumb.
Everybody else is taking this too seriously from day one.
No, fair enough.
I don't care, guys. I'm a grown adult, but caring is gay and cringe and for losers.
Fair enough. I never want to hear.
It's just I've never like this is one of the most immature adult like for his relative to his age, minus somebody that actually has a developmental problem. This is one of the most immature like adults I've ever seen in the sense of like what he finds funny, how he views the world. Like this guy thinks caring or like being empathetic is gay.
Yeah, a moral complaint from you ever again. Would you be totally fine if my response to your tweet was just like, what exactly?
Get on him for how he went at me. Get on him for how he went at me. Dickers, you hosted it, Dickers.
Well, exactly.
You saw how he got him. It's a total hypocrisy.
Exactly. I mean, why do you give a fuck about swatting then? It's just usernames on the fucking internet, no?
I care about swatting and how it affects me because my only moral position that I ever really have is me and mine. That's it.
Well, no,
so that's my fundamental core. So in other words,
if I was swatting people, if I was...
He thinks that sounds cool. This is not tough. Only like young, super young people, younger than myself, think that like being a selfish asshole with no empathy is synonymous with being tough. Okay, it's not weak to actually like care. It's not weak to empathize with another human being. It's not weak to stand by principles and say that something isn't okay. That's actually mature. That's actually mature. Immaturity is not standing by those principles because they're not solidified, or you're just unwilling to abide by them just because like you think it's like cool, or you have no vested interest in doing so.
Swatting people with, I don't know, like slim builds and fashion sense and teetotal, right? If that was the selection of people that I was swatting, and it would you knew that it would never affect you, would you be like totally fine with my course of conduct because these are just like internet randoms that you'll never meet?
I would laugh. That's very specific. That's funny. But no, I would just be like, wow, that's kind of unhinged, bro. But that would be about it. Like, I don't know why you're reacting. Like, it seems like, you know, you're overreacting here, but that would be it. I wouldn't sit there and pull up a YouTube or pull up OBS and just be like, look at this amoral, disgusting, dysgenic freak. I wouldn't.
He literally did that to
go there now.
How do you feel about reporting somebody's channel?
I think if you are reporting somebody's channel, you better have a good reason. If you're doing a call to action to get people to mass report a channel, I think that's really pearl clutchy and cringe.
Is it pearl clutchy and cringe, or have you used stronger words for that in the past? You saying you don't have any...
He obviously has moral lines, and he pretends like he doesn't. He simultaneously needs to insert the fact that he cares while telling you how little he cares.
Moral issue with it at all? You don't have a moral objection to mass reporting?
I don't know. It's that.
Yeah, this guy is on. If I had to take a guess, this guy's unironically a libertarian, maybe even a fucking anarcho-capitalist.
You do with morals. Okay. The issue, the fundamental issue that I have with mass reporting is that I do think it's just absolutely gay and cringe. It's like if you come to my house and you steal a Pokemon card.
He didn't just out his wife and give people access to every piece of information I was accused of sharing. He did so in a video that was viewed by the equivalent of half of fucking Yankee Stadium at full capacity.
And then I respond by like, well, now I'm going to make you homeless and then burn your house down. Right. It just comes off as like an overreaction to something bad that happened to you. It's like a wild overreaction.
Fair enough. So literally your only complaint ever is that it's like gay and cringe, and you don't have any moral objections to it. You'd never profess to have a hard...
Thank you, Patrick. I missed a lot of tips. I'll read all of them as soon as when we're done here. We got to sacrifice gilded poo to the corn. That's a joke. But base, but it is a joke. Well, he wouldn't care if you weren't joking. He literally wouldn't care, according to him. There's no strong moral. Actually, he would care because it's about him, right?
Very clear. Well, actually, I'll support your argument here. Okay, if just JStock had just said, "Look, he tried to mass flag me first, and so I did it back," I would be like, "Oh, okay, based."
Well, no.
That would have been my
now
whole
you're
response.
giving a justification for when it would be like morally okay.
Meaning
Oh,
there's meaning that there's a scenario where he doesn't think it would be okay, aka a fucking moral position.
Would you never take a moral issue with it ever?
Yes, this is the take. This is pointless. This guy isn't human. Unironically, yeah. X4 on base. I talk about some people that I don't like. I don't like them, but it's rare that I'll agree with the statement, they're not human. This guy is so stupid, I don't consider him a human being.
No, you asked me a question.
Is there
that
no
is an answer?
circumstances? Okay, let me rephrase.
I just gave you a circumstance where there was.
Okay, what I'm saying is, do you have moral objections to any of this conduct? Or do you just think it's cringe and gay and it makes you feel like icky? J-Stalk gives you the ick.
Yeah, that's it's just cringe and gay. Like, that's it. It's not like I'm not like
So he's calling it morally bad, but he's just replacing it with cringe and gay and pretending like he's not taking a fucking moral position.
Pearls over it, saying he's like a child fucker or anything like that, right? Like, it was the hypocrisy of it that bothered me primarily.
So you when you're saying you dox the guy, you dox him because of hypocrisy.
That, and I wanted him to go away.
Okay, and you didn't at any time feel any moral...
Thought they were talking about me finally. Because that's what you can rewatch all these combos that everyone's citing against him. He's claiming that all those combos, he was just making a hypocrisy point with me.
Kind of feelings at all, any moral objections? Do you have moral objections to pedophilia so long as they aren't raping you or your kids?
I mean...
Well, that's funny Dickers brings this up, because when the both of them were confronting me together, Gilded literally made the argument, not my child, not my problem, in regards to somebody else's child allegedly being asked to film CSAM of themselves. Gilded literally made that argument, and they just moved right over it. And I literally stopped. You can rewatch my conversation. I pause it. Are we just like going to pretend like he didn't just say that?
If they're raping me, it's not pedophilia, right? So...
You as a child. You as a child, or your kids now.
So yeah, I think that pedophilia is gross. Sure, yeah. I do take issue with pedophilia. Yeah.
What
I think
is it gross or is it morally wrong?
Would you say that would you say that raping a child is immoral, for example?
And so the same thing.
I can say.
What, dude? He's what the fuck is going on? This is Lyo's guy. This was one of the main people coming at me, by the way, over those fucking claims. Not only did he do it himself. What is this, dude?
It's easier, okay? I think
these are my ops.
It's immoral for anyone, anywhere, to rape a child, whether or not the children are mine.
Yeah, raping. Like I would actually let me actually give a better answer. I think perpetuating the cycle of abuse is a net negative for everyone.
Okay, that's a I guess a descriptive claim.
Are
things that are net negative for everyone immoral?
I don't really care about this moral and immoral shit. Like it's boring and gay. Like I don't need to if you need.
Is there ever any conduct that one ought not do? That's what it means fundamentally. Like moral, immoral, conduct, things that someone ought not do.
My entire viewpoint on morals is through my own perspective and how it affects me.
He thinks that sounds hard. It doesn't. You just sound like, and he's also, okay, Dickers, it's a little dramatic.
So, in other words, what I'm getting at here is I don't sit here and make prescriptive claims.
It's true. Dickers can't claim ignorance about this. Gilded literally said in front of him while the two of them were grilling me, not my child, not my problem. But because Gilded was also, and everyone was focused on me at that point, we just brushed over that statement.
As to what people should or shouldn't do, except in how it affects me primarily. Me and mine.
Well, you do make prescriptive claims, but your basis for that is whether it's
this just isn't cool, and the worst on a smaller level. I haven't seen anybody as bad as this guy. We need to end this fucking empathy is gay, saying you care, saying something is gay. No, it's actually mature as fuck to be empathetic, put yourself in the shoes of other human beings, and try to prevent and minimize unnecessary harm to other people, take a stance against it, and abide by your principles. There's nothing immature about this. You are like a fragile man if this is your system of morality.
Okay.
Sorry.
That is still a prescriptive claim.
It's not tough. What's more tough is abiding by your principles even when it's inconvenient for you. It's easy to have no principles at all or only self-serving principles. That's so easy, and it's cowardly. What's hard is having them solidified and being consistent on their application.
Morally prescriptive claims. Sorry. Like, I'm not going to sit there and debate the morals of jaywalking. Okay. It's a waste of my time and it's boring. And I think discussing morality, morality in of itself is boring.
I'm not asking about jaywalking. I'm asking about like an easier example than that, right? Raping a child that is not yours. Is that immoral?
Yeah, that would be bad. And that would involve like, yeah. Like why would that be a good claims. Thing? Yeah, that would be a gross thing to do. That'd be perpetuating the cycle of abuse. That's the entire fundamental point.
Is immoral.
This, and the worst part is the only strong position he's taken previously is his hypocrisy stance. He's the biggest hypocrite of anyone. Everything he got on me. Nobody went harder on my, like, that I was into Goat Cattle or whatever. Nobody went harder on that claim than Gil did. I don't even know if Parry went as hard on that. I gotta be honest with you. Gilded was tweeting about it after everyone had stopped. Then it turns out, I was going for a 21-year-old, just to be clear. I was 20 at the time. Gilded was also going for a 21-year-old, except he's like in his 40s and has kids, and he was talking about using them as a cock sleeve. I have no like flirtatious or no sexting messages or anything. I just told this person like in the most autistic way possible, like, hey, I don't want to be like weird or anything. I don't know if I'm misreading anything, but like I like you. I don't know if you feel the same way. That's like the worst ever. He was going after a 20-year-old, talking about using them as a cock sleeve, and he got catfished because they lied that they were like 100 pounds lighter than they actually were. In regards to the doxing claim, he claimed that I doxed Lio Convoy's wife, except all of that same information was either shared by or had the audience directed to through him in a 20,000 view video. And he omitted that fact. I had to be told about that by a viewer of mine.
The word I'm asking for is immoral.
He's done everything he gets on everybody else for, and he does things that I don't even do, that nobody else I know does. I would be able to unequivocally tell you, I have very strong moral positions. I even get called soy and shit. But like, no, I want to reduce and minimize harm. I want to abide by my principles.
That would be immoral.
I think that would be immoral to the opinion of the overwhelming majority of the West. Yeah.
But I'm not asking about. Okay, are you the overwhelming majority of the West, or are you Gilded Poo?
No. The entire point is that
what a fat fucking weasel. He's too fat to be a weasel. Why the fuck is he acting like one? Holy shit.
Morals are just societally enforced opinions that have no innate value. That's my entire point of view.
This guy's a fucking loser.
About what is your point of view on pedophiles?
My point of view is that perpetuating the cycle of abuse is bad. So yeah, raping a kid that isn't yours would be bad within that. Yes.
Where do I get my morals from? I logically reason through it, and I'm basically like a utilitarian. Albeit I don't think anyone who's utilitarian is always utilitarian in regards to their actions. Obviously, I'm not morally consistent. I don't think anyone is completely morally consistent, right? But I try to be. It's like moral consistency is like a fucking asymptote. Like you always go to it, but you never quite get there, but you should always be striving to. And that's why I constantly do introspection and shit. But my morality is derived from whether or not a given act is going to be causing a net negative, causing a disproportionate amount of harm compared to given benefits, or a net positive, right?
Because the fundamental
when
issue
you're saying bad, because you're resisting saying immoral, okay? You're resisting saying immoral. You're resisting saying that the person ought not do that, that they shouldn't do that. I don't know why you're saying that it's bad, but you're not saying that it's immoral and that somebody shouldn't do that, and I don't really know why.
Because I think the word immoral or moral comes with very pretentious and cringe connotations to it. Yeah, like that
this is an adult, like a grown-ass man, like nearly 2 decades older than me, with kids. What are we doing, man?
That's why.
Well, no, we're just using it between you and I in this conversation. We know what it means,
you,
right? Things that you ought not do. Things that you ought not do.
44 people. What?
No, but I'm
yeah,
saying
things
like
that we ought. So the thing is like, yeah, you ought not perpetuate the cycle of abuse. Yeah.
Okay, so you'd be happy saying that's immoral.
Did you already go over Gilded's response to Tempest's apology? It's fucked.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know.
So, despite
perpetuating
the
the
fact that
cycle of abuse is immoral. What?
I mean, despite the fact that it doesn't happen to your kids in this example.
Well,
nobody is more interested in who I like and who I'm having sex with than this guy. And this guy's getting catfished by 21-year-olds who are like apparently 100 pounds heavier than he thought they were. And the catfish is that they said they were exercising or something. Nobody is more vested in who I'm interested in, who I'm, you know, having really, etc., than this guy. And he is old enough to be my dad.
So
even if it's somebody else's children.
Well, no. So I would say that there is a certain element of, if you don't call it out, right? What is the potential risk factor for that person you're refusing to talk about? So you just
made them up like him. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of nihilistic, but I believe in creating a good experience for everyone. And I think I am somebody that has a sense of empathy, and I believe that when others are being harmed actively, that it doesn't feel great for me either to watch that. And I believe morality is important to maintain positive feelings for everybody, right? And create a useful, productive society. But obviously, if you're a nihilist, you believe you're applying meaning onto meaninglessness.
If you know about it.
And so, yeah, I do make up my morals. They are subjective, right? But they abide by a set code.
After your kids.
They're on the other side of the world.
Is a pedophile
not necessarily.
Raping children? Not necessarily.
Hold on. Is a pedophile raping children on Mars? We're talking about Martian pedophiles. Is that immoral? They haven't got the technology to fly to Earth.
Okay, hold on. What I'm trying to get at is my assumption in why I even talk about it at all, or why I have issues with it at all, right? Like my assumption is.
But to tease that out, right? I'm asking you, if an Earthman traveled in a rocket up to Mars and it got destroyed on Mars, okay? There's no way for him to get back. Martians don't have very good technology. If he started raping Martian children, would that be immoral?
It's just gay and cringe to say, wow, dude. You know that's like something I wouldn't think that is gay and cringe. But like the whole this is cringe, so I can't say it or whatever. It's like fucking high school mentality, just like trying to look cool.
My problem.
You see, what I would add to that. This is very important here. What I would add to that would be: does anybody see it happen?
Yes. The other Martians, the Martian parents tried to stop him. But he kills the Martian parents in front of the Martian children.
So the thing is, if you and I know about it, that it's happening, then yeah, we would be like, yeah, that's probably
okay. Got it. So long as you like keep your like child abuse secret and it's being done behind closed doors, you're not supposed to care, apparently.
Bad. But if that isn't happening,
it's not immoral so long as nobody finds out about it.
And who knows? Maybe the Martians like
that's like something an actual like pedophile would say.
That I don't know. We're not Martian.
The Martians don't like it. The Martians are screaming.
So like your better example would be America versus the Middle East.
No.
Right?
Let's stick on my example. The Martians don't like it. They're screaming. They're in horror. In fact, Martians being raped is 5 times more painful than humans being raped.
In my and yours very societally reinforced conditioned opinion, yeah, that would be seen as bad and immoral. Sure.
No, but I'm not asking about societal opinions. I'm asking about what you think about it.
Actually, you know what I think about this? I take it all back. I take it all back because I forgot you said Martians I was humanizing the Martians. I'm sorry, they're not human. That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be like child rape. That would be like zoophilia.
What? What? That wouldn't be bad because that's zoophilia. What? Dude, are we serious right now? This is the guy that was alongside Dickers talking about, I'm a bad person. What the fuck is going on? What?
No, they've got all the sentience of human beings. They're just as intelligent.
Dude, Gilded Zoo really earned that title.
Yeah.
Well, let's say there's like a human colony that like got there before him.
The problem
he's raping them.
I would say that starting a cycle of abuse is just as bad as perpetuating it.
He kills them after.
Then he's a fucking hero. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, he's just a true colonizer.
Well, no, he doesn't perpetuate the cycle of abuse. A spaceship full of children went to Mars. He was sent with them as their their childminder, and then he just like starts raping them as soon as they touch down Mars. No way of getting back to Earth. But he kills them after he rapes them, and that's okay. Well, that's not immoral.
At that point,
I'm just like in shock.
At that point, like if he kills them after, then who cares? Fuck him. I guess kill him too, because now he would be like twice a piece of shit.
His poor fucking kids did.
Shit.
Holy
like
shit.
At that point, I'm not entirely sure that the child rape would be the problem.
Why would you kill him? What's he done
that's immoral? He's a genocidal maniac. Like at that point, like I don't even know what you've expanded
on
this
a different
example.
planet. He's not going to kill you or yours.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm saying if you want to, if you can, like, look, dude, I just would not. I honestly just would not give a shit. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I just wouldn't care. That's on a different planet. It doesn't affect me. It has no effect on my everyday life. He killed all of them afterwards.
Also, Dickers can't act shocked by the if it doesn't affect me, I don't care argument, because Gilded literally, I called him on this while Dickers was in the call. It's on stream.
You know,
when he said, "Not my child, not my problem."
If you took issue with it and wanted to kill him, I wouldn't care either.
Like,
I'd just be like, okay,
he
sure.
He has not hid this. Gilded has not hid this. Albeit to hear him say it outright as he's being present in this world is like just like so jarring.
Or whatever. Right, like that. I just cannot possibly bring myself to care about any of that shit.
No, but I'm not even asking you to care because these aren't real people, right? This is the hypothetical. But I'm just asking you whether that would be immoral, and it seems like your answer would be like no.
My answer would be dependent on whether or not I give a shit, I guess, and yeah, I don't care because I don't think morality is objective at all, because it seems to be like you're asking like for is it immoral in a outside of the confines of your brain sense or whatever, and I don't believe that even exists.
He doesn't believe the confines of his brain exist because he doesn't fucking have one. He's shit for brains.
I don't think that morality is objective. I think that it's like intersubjective. But I would still say yes, it's immoral.
I know what I mean is like outside of the self, right? Like so, like for example, like I think that people base their morality based on their own opinions, thoughts, and feelings, right? So. I don't think.
When I debate him, he won't fucking get in a call with me.
I don't think something can be moral or immoral outside of that.
No, but how somebody comes to believe a certain proposition doesn't really affect whether the proposition is true or false, right? How an individual comes to believe that. So I would say, for example, this is my thing. I think that since they're sentient and they experience that pain, it's immoral.
Junk or Green, I gotta pee again. Does somebody want to watch this while I dip real quick? Thanks.
Yeah, my response to that would be basically I don't care enough to care whether or not it's moral or moral. Like I'd have to actually give a shit to even bother.
What,
yes, it
is about caring. Have you ever read some fucking like moral philosopher say like, "Lol, probably bad. I don't care though, so I'm gonna write off this one. This one's probably fine."
Diogenes.
where did he write that?
I'm kidding. I don't know. I just came up with the Greek name. It
The
came
closest
up
one you
top of my
might be
head.
able to get to is Max Stirner, but I think even then,
Egoism.
I think that guy would probably, dude. Well, yeah,
No,
he
no,
said some
so, like,
fucking
the thing
crazy
is-
stuff.
So like if you're asking like are these actions that should be that we like because like the problem is in order to call this thing bad you have to extrapolate it to the self, right? You have to extrapolate it to what you have to put yourself in the shoes of that person, right? And be like, is this something I would do, right? That's the entire thought exercise. That's the entire point.
No.
Then it's not.
No. That. What? What is this fucking standpoint morality? Like, empathy is a certain part of it, but that's not the final judgment.
Hold on, I'm gonna try something. I gotta pee, but I'm watching. I haven't left. I haven't left the screen. I'm still here watching. So Dickers can't DMCA me. Be right back. Nope, I'm here actually.
I'm not saying that's the final judgment. What I'm saying is you in order for you to get to a point where you have to question whether or not what this guy did was immoral, you have to first think about it through the self. You think, well, is this something I would do? Is this something that I would feel is a good or bad thing for me to do or for my friends to do, right? Is this the standard I would hold for other people around me, right? All that stuff. The problem is though, I just dismiss it out the gate and say I don't care and don't even bother actually thinking about it beyond that point.
Yeah, I think because you don't want to think about it beyond that point.
Yeah, that's
I
part
think,
of it.
A, you've got this interest in being like an edgy nihilist, and it seems cool to just say you don't care about anything. And then
It's nothing about
secondarily,
not being cool. I just don't care. Like the thing is that my neighbor's house could burn to the ground, and I don't care about them. I don't like my neighbors anyway. So it would be a coin toss as to whether or not I call 911.
okay.
So this has nothing to do with being edgy or cool. This is just a general element of who I am as a person. I just don't care.
Yeah, like I don't think that lolicon is like that big of a deal, right? Like it's like fucking gay. Sorry, I'm back.
About people, I view humans as the enemy of progress. And if what you ask what progress was, or if you would ask what progress was, it would be the lack of humans. So in other words, when you say nihilism, that's not actually entirely accurate. It's a lot closer to misanthropy.
No.
But either way,
misanthropy is a personality aspect. Nihilism is the state of not believing that good and bad have like meaningful like definitions.
They're not,
right?
yeah.
Not
Well,
caring about anything, not putting value on anything.
Aiden Squidward nose looking fuck you.
Yeah, it's have a conversation with Aiden like the day before, but if you listen to my conversation with Aiden, like I'm dying. So I was like actually sick. So
Listen,
but no,
I'm not saying that you should do this. Okay, I'm not saying that it'd be a good thing if you did this. What I'm saying, if it'd be cringe, it would be cringe and gay if you didn't message J-Stalk to set up a conversation.
J-Stalk?
It's this mad over people not talking to him.
Oh. Okay.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah. I don't care.
The problem is that you're just having like a different conversation to everyone else, or you're like assessing it by like totally
Dickers, I know, we're watching that. I'm being told that's what's happening.
different stuff. Because you do make prescriptive claims, which is like ethical statements, what somebody should do, what somebody shouldn't do. But your underlying basis of that is whether you find it like cringe or gay. But you still do make prescriptive statements.
The underlying isn't just cringe or gay. It depends. So like earlier I said perpetuating the cycle of abuse is bad because that does actually, which is what I was trying to explain to you earlier, is that does actually affect everyone. Right. So not just because not everybody is getting molested in the cycle of abuse doesn't mean it doesn't affect you. Right. Who wants a teacher that is the raped growing up in school? Right. What's the potential downside of that? Right. There's a lot of them. Or who the fuck wants a president of the United States? OK, that got molested their whole life.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
What?
You know,
I've had somebody during this call-in who has spent the entire time bleating about trying to call in himself.
I asked one time. I asked directly, literally a single time. I asked a single time, and then I didn't ask again.
Yeah, it's Aiden. It's Aiden. Yeah. I don't. I'm. No, I don't want to talk to Aiden. Fuck him.
Fat fucking pussy.
No. Okay.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Coward.
No. So the reason being is he wants to relitigate like the exact same conversation that's already been litigated on this stream before the Lio wife thing all over again.
Okay.
But
listen.
Oh, it was already litigated before because this is like debate rape. During the Lyle wife, I was obviously like in a fucking pit, like emotionally, I was having fucking drunk every day shit, like, and everyone was coming at me. I was horrible at litigating my own arguments back then. Horrible. I was in the middle of like my first real, that was like my first real controversy, and it was a huge deal. Rightfully so, I fucked up there, no doubt about it, right? But it wasn't what it was made out to be at the time. He, of course, would partake in that conversation when everybody is so focused on getting me that they're ignoring the objectively crazy shit he's saying there. Now that I have I'm emotionally detached from, I'm able to actually like defend my arguments logically, he's almost gonna have the conversation. Because I laid it out to him on X. He had nothing.
I put it to you.
Also,
obviously, I can't force you to speak to anybody on stream that you want. That is disappointing, though. That is disappointing.
Also, I think it's really funny that he gets this mad over people not talking to him, and it's really hilarious to watch.
This is like the biggest cope I've ever heard. No, people who call people out and like pretend to be hard asses. It's just like really funny when they fold because they know that I'm more intelligent than them. They know that I'm better than them in every conceivable metric, and they know that I'd wipe the floor at them in a fucking debate. So they run and come up with a million justifications for it because they're incompetent, inferior pussies that will not show up because they know that they will lose to me, and they can't just admit it because they can't swallow their fucking pride.
So,
how come you never have conversations with anybody?
I do.
You never speak to Aiden. You never speak to J-Stalk.
It's
me and Beckett that you'll argue with.
Hold on. I have had
calm down. Your inner spurg is showing. Nothing pisses me off more than when people run. I gotta be honest.
Multiple conversations.
Not when people run. It's when people throw the punches, are willing to show up when they have the advantage, and then run like fucking cowardly little bitches the second you are able to articulate your point and they're unable to, and they know they can't defend what they're saying, but they're simultaneously unwilling to concede. Nothing pisses me off more than that.
Aiden, actually. So that's not true. I had one on here. I've been on his stream twice.
About completely unrelated matters.
I've been on Morale's stream like 4 times, I think. I offered to Just Still only offered me once. And then there was one time on here.
Yeah, we get it being denied. No, it's like if you're not willing to show up, I want you to shut the fuck up. I want you to stop talking about anything. I want you to be bullied off the internet. I want you to never comment on anyone else's drama publicly because you're a cowardly bitch and nobody should take what you have to say seriously. It's not just about me winning, okay? It's about how pathetic you are.
That you were trying to get us in a call and he backed out, not me. Okay. But the first time he tried to get me on the stream, I was sick. And then I remember watching a thing where he's like, oh, well, he wasn't sick enough to have a conversation with Aiden like the day before. But if you listen to my conversation with Aiden, like I'm dying. So I was like actually sick. So,
listen,
but no,
I'm not saying that you should do this. Okay. I'm not saying that it'd be a good thing if you did this. What I'm saying, it would be cringe and gay if you didn't message J-Stalk to set up a conversation. Okay? Is that a fair thing to say?
I don't. Does he want to? Like, 'cause that's news to me. He hasn't said anything to me. Nobody said anything to me. So I don't know anything about it.
Like, I think he said several times on stream that you're like a. He said that you're like a sniveling pussy or something who will never like hop in a call and argue about stuff. Which is why I thought that presumably he'd reached out to you to be able to set something like that up.
And the only time he ever reached out ever was to Beckett.
say you're a pedophile and you're trying to hold yourself off with lolly, right? To try and like hold yourself off so you don't.
I am a pedophile. I like femininity.
I gotta go to class, guys. I'm late. Thank you for watching, everybody. Great stream. Nearly 200 viewers, almost all of stream again. I'm thinking we might be back. If you're new here, sub. If you liked what I had to say. And also, if you have time and want to help, my streams, the Clippers are the backbone of everything I do. It's easy, it's free, it's quick, and it helps me out more than you could ever possibly. Wait, I gotta read tips. I gotta read tips. I forgot. That's my bad. Really quick. Balls Mahone with the 2, but Aiden, have you considered the consent vibes? Kinetic Kel with the 2. In this case, it's just the whole thing. Okay, bud. Kinetic Kel with the 2. First time I heard colloquial, 3 times in less than 30 seconds. Godspeed with the 5. So pressed about being told he's in a cult. Wonder why it got to him so much. Noonian Star with the 5. Just click the call button. It's not that hard. So true. Patrick with the 2. I already read that one. All right, guys. Thank you, everybody, for watching. If you're rewatching the debate, clip like fuck. I will retweet it when I see it. And much fucking appreciated. I'll send you into Dickers. You guys can go finish this. I'll see you later, guys. Bye-bye.